beneath the weight of millennia, scattered across continents like forgotten prayers carved in stone, lie mysteries that refuse the comfort of explanation. These are the archaeological enigmas that scholars whisper about in dimly lit archives, the discoveries that rewrite textbooks and then vanish into academic footnotes, leaving behind only questions that echo through time. In the deepest chambers of ancient temples, within the geometric precision of megalithic monuments, and buried beneath layers of earth that have kept their secrets for thousands of years, exist traces of knowledge that challenges everything humanity believes about its past. These are not mere ruins, they are riddles written in granite and gold, in obsidian and ochre, speaking in languages that predate recorded history. Tonight, as the world settles into slumber, these silent sentinels of the past beckon through the veil of time, inviting contemplation of civilizations that may have touched the stars before learning to write their names. In the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey, where wind carries dust older than memory, stands a testament to human achievement that should not exist. Göbekli Tepe, the belly hill, rises from the Anatolian plateau like a wound in time itself, revealing secrets that archaeologists still struggle to comprehend 2 decades after its discovery. Here, beneath layers of deliberately placed earth, massive T-shaped limestone pillars arranged in perfect circles have waited 11,000 years to challenge everything humanity believed about its own past. These are not the crude stones of primitive hunter-gatherers, but monuments of stunning sophistication, carved with intricate reliefs of animals that dance across their surfaces in frozen procession. The stones themselves weigh up to 16 tons each, quarried from bedrock using tools that conventional archaeology insists did not exist in 9000 BCE. Yet here they stand, their surfaces polished smooth as silk, their edges cut with precision that would challenge modern masonry. Each pillar seems to represent a guardian figure, arms carved in relief along their sides, hands positioned as if holding something sacred and invisible. Klaus Schmidt, the German archaeologist who devoted his life to understanding this place, called it humanity's first temple. But this designation raises more questions than it answers. What god did these ancient peoples worship with such monumental dedication? What rituals took place within these stone circles beneath star-filled skies 10 millennia ago? The silence of the stones offers no reply, only the weight of profound mystery. Some scholars theorize that Göbekli Tepe represents evidence of the world's first organized religion, suggesting that spiritual awakening preceded agricultural development rather than following it. Perhaps the need to gather regularly for worship at this sacred site drove nomadic peoples to develop farming, not for survival, but to remain near their temple. If true, this would mean that humanity's spiritual impulse, not material necessity, sparked the agricultural revolution that created civilization itself. Others propose even more radical possibilities. The astronomical alignments of certain pillars suggest sophisticated knowledge of celestial mechanics. The site's deliberate burial beneath tons of stone and earth around 8000 BCE remains completely unexplained. Why would ancient peoples undertake the enormous effort required to bury their greatest achievement? Some researchers whisper of intentional concealment, as if the builders feared their knowledge falling into unworthy hands. The emotional impact of standing among these ancient sentinels cannot be captured in archaeological reports or carbon dating measurements. Visitors speak of feeling watched, of sensing invisible presences moving between the stones. The site seems to hum with an energy that has nothing to do with tour groups or archaeological activity. A resonance that vibrates in frequencies older than recorded history. In the pre-dawn darkness, when the last visitors have departed and the security lights cast long shadows between the pillars, Göbekli Tepe reveals its most profound mystery. This is not merely evidence of advanced prehistoric civilization, but proof that human consciousness itself may be far older and more sophisticated than modern arrogance allows. These stones speak to capabilities that exceed current understanding, not just technological, but spiritual, artistic, and intellectual achievements that humble contemporary accomplishments. The animals carved into the limestone seem to watch with eyes that hold secrets of a time when the boundary between human and natural worlds remained fluid, when consciousness itself might have operated according to principles lost to linear thinking. Here, in this stone cathedral beneath Turkish skies, humanity's ancestors created something that transcends mere architecture, a doorway between worlds that remains mysteriously ajar. The implications extend beyond archaeology into realms that challenge fundamental assumptions about human development. If hunter-gatherer societies could achieve such sophisticated construction and artistic expression, what other capabilities might have been lost in the millennia that followed? The stones of Göbekli Tepe whisper of golden ages, when consciousness touched heights that subsequent civilizations have struggled to recover. Yet even as Göbekli Tepe revolutionized understanding of human capability, other stones across the world held secrets equally profound. High in the Bolivian Altiplano, where the air grows thin and the boundary between earth and sky dissolves into crystalline clarity, lies a puzzle carved from the bones of mountains themselves. Puma, Punku. The door of the Puma rests in the shadow of the snow-capped Andes like a dissected clockwork mechanism, its massive stone components scattered across the high desert, as if giants had abandoned their toys mid-construction. Here, at 12,800 feet above sea level, where oxygen-starved brains struggle with the simplest tasks, ancient engineers achieved precision that modern technology strains to replicate. The megalithic blocks of Puma Punku fit together with tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters, their surfaces polished to mirror smoothness, their angles cut so perfectly that not even a razor blade can slip between the joints. The red sandstone and andesite blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, bear no tool marks despite being carved into impossibly complex shapes. H-blocks with intricate internal channels, massive slabs with precision-cut grooves and tenons, stones shaped like three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle pieces that interlock with neighboring blocks in ways that defy comprehension. Each surface shows evidence of sophisticated planning, as if the entire structure was designed using computer-aided modeling systems that would not be invented for another millennium. The transportation mystery deepens the enigma beyond rational explanation. The nearest andesite quarry lies 40 miles away across Lake Titicaca, a body of water that the local Aymara people consider sacred to this day. How did pre-Columbian builders move 100-ton blocks across such distances without wheels, without large domesticated animals, without pulleys or cranes. The blocks themselves show no evidence of being rolled or dragged. Their surfaces remain pristine, unmarked by the scarring that would result from conventional transportation methods. Local legends offer explanations that archaeology dismisses, yet cannot replace with credible alternatives. The Aymara elders speak of a time when stones flew through the air like birds, when the ancient ones possessed knowledge that made heavy things light. They describe gods who came from the stars and taught the ancestors to shape stone like clay, to move mountains with sound, to build monuments that would endure until the world's end. Scientists propose more conventional theories, invoking sophisticated rope and lever systems, precisely coordinated human labor forces, and ingenious transportation techniques using wooden rollers and earthen ramps. Yet none of these explanations adequately address the scale of achievement at Puma Punku. The precision cutting alone would require diamond-tipped tools operating at industrial speeds, technologies that mainstream archaeology insists remained unknown to pre-Columbian civilizations. The emotional impact of confronting these stones cannot be captured in academic journals or engineering analyses. Standing before blocks that fit together with Swiss watch precision, watching sunlight play across surfaces polished to optical smoothness, visitors experience a profound humbling that transcends intellectual understanding. These are not primitive achievements that can be dismissed with patronizing theories about unlimited time and labor. They represent mastery that challenges the very foundations of technological progress. The site's current state, massive blocks scattered like dice across the plateau, adds another layer of mystery. What force could have dismantled structures built with such precision? Conventional wisdom blames earthquakes, but seismic activity capable of moving 100-ton blocks would have shattered them rather than simply displacing them. The stones lie tumbled but unbroken, their precision joints intact despite separation from their intended positions. Some researchers theorize that Puma Punku was never completed, that some catastrophe interrupted construction and scattered the builders to the winds. Others propose that the site was deliberately dismantled, its knowledge deemed too dangerous to preserve. The perfectly cut stones, many bearing no signs of weathering despite centuries of altiplano weather, seem frozen in time like components of a machine waiting for reassembly. The broader implications of Puma Punku challenge comfortable assumptions about the linear progression of human achievement. If pre-Columbian peoples possessed such advanced stoneworking capabilities, what other technologies might they have mastered? The precision evident in these scattered blocks suggests knowledge systems that may have encompassed metallurgy, mathematics, and engineering principles that conventional history considers impossible for their time period. In the thin air of the high Andes, where every breath requires conscious effort and the sky presses close enough to touch, Puma Punku offers a different kind of breathlessness. The vertigo that comes from confronting human achievement that exceeds comfortable explanations. These stones speak to capabilities that modern civilization has yet to recover, techniques that may have been lost in the mists of prehistory or deliberately concealed to prevent their misuse. While the stones of Puma Punku challenge understanding of ancient engineering, other structures defy comprehension through their very geometry. In the desert, silence where sand meets stone and time becomes meaningless. The Great Pyramid of Giza, rises from the Saharan plateau like a materialized theorem, its limestone faces catching light that has traveled across eternity to illuminate secrets encoded in its very proportions. For 4.5 millennia, this monument has stood as humanity's most precise archaeological enigma, disguising profound mathematical knowledge within what appears to be a simple geometric form. The pyramid's base perimeter, when divided by its height, yields pi 3, 1459, accurate to 15 decimal places. This mathematical constant, supposedly unknown to ancient mathematics, emerges from the structure's dimensions with precision that surpasses many modern calculations. The ratio of the pyramid's height to half its base length produces phi, the golden ratio that governs everything from nautilus shells to galaxy spirals, revealing that Egyptian architects understood mathematical relationships that were not officially discovered until centuries later. Deeper investigations reveal increasingly impossible sophistication. The pyramid's internal angles correspond to stellar coordinates with accuracy that modern astronomers struggle to achieve without computerized equipment. Its cardinal alignments deviate from true north by mere arc minutes, a precision that requires surveying techniques supposedly unknown to Bronze Age civilizations. The structure's mass provides a perfect counterweight to the continental mass it rests upon, as if the builders possessed comprehensive knowledge of global geology and gravitational distribution. The Great Pyramid's construction statistics read like specifications for an impossible engineering project. 2.5 million stone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 15 tons, fitted together with joints so precise that they remain sealed after millennia of earthquakes and thermal expansion. The mortar between blocks measures thinner than human hair, yet bonds the stones with strength that exceeds the limestone itself. Modern attempts to replicate even small sections of the pyramid using traditional tools have failed spectacularly, unable to achieve even crude approximations of the original's precision. Within the pyramid's internal chambers, acoustic properties create effects that seem to transcend physics. The king's chamber resonates at frequencies that induce altered states of consciousness in sensitive individuals, its granite walls producing harmonic overtones that were precisely calculated during construction. The chamber's dimensions correspond to musical ratios that would not be formalized until Pythagorean theory emerged 2 millennia later. Sound waves within the chamber behave in ways that suggest the space was designed as a three-dimensional musical instrument. The mystery deepens when considering how such precision was achieved. No blueprints exist, no construction records, no hieroglyphic instructions for building techniques. Egyptian texts refer to the pyramid's construction in terms that sound more mythological than practical, describing gods who spoke the stones into place, and masters who knew the secret names of matter. Modern engineers, working with satellite guidance and computer modeling, would struggle to achieve the pyramid's accuracy even with unlimited resources. Archaeological orthodoxy attributes the pyramid to 4th dynasty pharaoh Khufu, yet no evidence definitively connects him to its construction beyond a few cartouches that some scholars consider later additions. The structure's sophisticated mathematics suggest knowledge systems far in advance of conventional understanding of Egyptian civilization. Carbon dating of organic materials within the pyramid yields wildly inconsistent results with some samples appearing thousands of years older than accepted timelines. The emotional resonance of standing within the Great Pyramid transcends archaeological curiosity. The king's chamber's profound silence seems to absorb all earthly concerns, creating a space where consciousness itself becomes the subject of investigation. Visitors report profound spiritual experiences, describing encounters with intelligences that seem to emerge from the structure itself. The chamber's acoustics amplify heartbeat and breathing to cosmic proportions, creating a meditative state where individual awareness dissolves into something vast and timeless. Some researchers propose that the Great Pyramid functions as a machine rather than a tomb, its mathematical precision serving purposes that remain hidden from conventional archaeology. Theories range from power generation systems that tap into Earth's magnetic field to consciousness amplification devices designed to facilitate communication with higher dimensions. While such ideas strain academic credibility, they attempt to address the undeniable fact that the pyramid's design far exceeds what would be necessary for simple burial purposes. The surrounding Giza complex adds layers to the mystery. The three main pyramids align with Orion's Belt constellation as it appeared 12,000 years ago, suggesting either incredible astronomical knowledge or construction dates that predate accepted Egyptian chronology. The Sphinx, with its water erosion patterns indicating rainfall that ceased in the Sahara 8,000 years ago, hints at civilizations far older than orthodox history acknowledges. In the desert twilight, when tour groups depart and the ancient stones release the day's heat into star-filled skies, the Great Pyramid reveals its most profound secret. This is not merely an impressive tomb or even an advanced astronomical instrument, but a physical embodiment of mathematical consciousness, a three-dimensional prayer that speaks in the universal language of geometric truth. Beyond the mathematical perfection of Egyptian pyramids, other ancient peoples left behind structures that seem to bend the very laws of physics. In the vast blue emptiness of the Pacific, where islands rise like dreams from oceanic depths and time flows in tidal rhythms older than human memory, lies a vision that challenges every assumption about ancient engineering capabilities. Madol spreads across the reef flats of Pompeii like a message written in stone upon the sea itself, its artificial islands floating between reality and impossibility in defiance of conventional archaeological understanding. Here, in the Caroline Islands, where navigation was once accomplished by reading wave patterns and star psalms, ancient builders created what can only be described as the Pacific's Venice. Except this city was constructed not from wood and brick, but from massive basalt logs arranged with precision that seems to mock the limitations of prehistoric technology. 92 artificial islands rise from the coral reef, connected by a network of canals that transform the lagoon into an aquatic labyrinth of impossible beauty and inexplicable purpose. The basalt columns that form Madol's foundations are hexagonal prisms of volcanic rock, each weighing between 5 and 50 tons, stacked like enormous Lincoln logs to create walls that rise 25 feet above high tide. The stones fit together with architectural sophistication that rivals medieval European construction, yet they were assembled by a Micronesian civilization that orthodox archaeology credits with only basic tool technology and simple social organization. The source of these massive stones deepens the mystery beyond rational explanation. The basalt originated from quarries on the far side of Pohnpei, requiring transportation across 20 miles of jungle terrain and open ocean. No roads connected the quarries to the construction site. No evidence exists of the ramps, pulleys, or heavy machinery that such massive stone movement would seem to require. The builders accomplished their impossible task using methods that remain completely unknown to modern engineering. Local traditions preserve memories that conventional scholarship dismisses as mythology, yet offers no alternative explanations that address the monument's impossible construction. Pohnpeian legends speak of two sorcerer brothers, Olisipa and Olosohopa, who flew through the air and commanded stones to move according to their will. The brothers allegedly made basalt columns float through the air like birds, positioning them with supernatural precision to create a city that would serve as their eternal dwelling place. The purpose of Nan Madol remains equally mysterious. Archaeological evidence suggests the complex served as a ceremonial center for the Saudalur dynasty, rulers who controlled Pohnpei from roughly 500 to 1500 CE. Yet the scale of construction far exceeds what would be necessary for any known ceremonial function. The artificial islands include residential areas, mortuary complexes, food preparation sites, and massive rectangular compounds whose functions remain completely unknown. The site's most enigmatic structure, Nandawas, contains burial chambers built from stones weighing up to 50 tons each. The precision with which these massive blocks were positioned suggests knowledge of structural engineering that challenges accepted timelines of technological development in the Pacific. The walls show no signs of mortar or binding materials, yet they have withstood centuries of typhoons, earthquakes, and tidal action that should have toppled any structure not built with modern engineering principles. Modern attempts to understand Nan Madol's construction methods have failed to produce convincing explanations. Engineers studying the site cannot determine how ancient builders achieved the precision necessary to create stable structures from such massive stones without mechanical assistance. Computer modeling suggests that moving and positioning the basalt columns would require lifting capacity exceeding anything available to prehistoric civilizations. The emotional impact of exploring Nan Madol transcends archaeological curiosity. Paddling through the ancient canals in the pre-dawn darkness, watching moonlight play across basalt walls that rise from the water like manifestations of dream logic, visitors enter a realm where the boundaries between natural and supernatural become meaningless. Fish swim through doorways that once framed human lives, lived according to purposes that remain eternally mysterious. The site's current state of preservation adds poignancy to its mystery. Mangrove trees grow from cracks between basalt columns, their roots slowly dismantling walls that survived centuries of Pacific storms. Rising sea levels threaten to submerge the lower structures within decades, potentially concealing forever whatever secrets the stones might yet reveal. UNESCO designation as a World Heritage Site provides some protection, yet cannot arrest the natural forces that claim all human achievements eventually. Recent investigations using ground-penetrating radar and underwater archaeology have revealed that Nan Madol's visible structures represent only a fraction of the original complex. Submerged foundations extend far beyond the current shoreline, suggesting that the ancient city was much larger than previously thought. Climate change that raised sea levels may have concealed entire districts of this impossible metropolis beneath Pacific waters. The technological implications of Madol's construction challenge fundamental assumptions about the diffusion of knowledge in the ancient world. How did isolated Pacific islanders develop engineering capabilities that rival those of contemporary civilizations in Asia and Europe? The basalt construction techniques show no obvious relationship to building methods used elsewhere in Micronesia, suggesting either independent innovation of remarkable sophistication or contact with unknown advanced cultures. In the tropical twilight, when tour boats return to Pohnpei's main harbour and the ancient canals fall silent except for the lap of waves against basalt walls, Madol reveals its deepest mystery. This is not merely evidence of impressive prehistoric engineering, but proof that human ingenuity can achieve the seemingly impossible when driven by purposes that transcend material necessity. As the Pacific keeps its secrets at Madol, the Mediterranean holds ruins that challenge time itself. Beneath the azure depths of the Mediterranean Sea, where sunlight fades into eternal blue-green twilight and ancient shorelines lie buried under miles of salt water, rest the skeletal remains of cities that vanished when the world was young. These submerged monuments to forgotten civilizations emerge from the sea floor like accusations against the arrogance of recorded history. Their massive stone blocks arranged in patterns that speak of architectural sophistication, from ages that supposedly knew only crude huts and primitive toolmaking. Off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, underwater archaeologists have discovered the road to Atlantis. Massive limestone blocks arranged in perfectly straight lines extending for miles beneath Caribbean waters. The stones, some weighing 15 tons each, form geometric patterns that appear entirely artificial, yet predate any known civilization capable of such monumental construction. Carbon dating of organic materials found within the structure suggests ages that push human architectural achievement back thousands of years beyond accepted historical timelines. Similar enigmas rest beneath the waters near Yonaguni, Japan, where diving expeditions reveal stepped pyramids and carved monuments that dwarf any known prehistoric construction in the Pacific. The underwater city features terraced platforms, carved steps, and geometric channels that could only have been created by human hands. Yet their submersion dates to the end of the last ice age, when sea levels rose by over 400 feet. If these structures were built on dry land, their architects possessed engineering capabilities that orthodox archaeology reserves for much later civilizations. The implications shatter comfortable assumptions about the linear progression of human development. These sunken cities suggest that sophisticated civilizations achieved monumental architecture, complex urban planning, and massive stone construction techniques thousands of years before the supposed invention of agriculture. The builders possessed mathematical knowledge sufficient to create precise geometric patterns, engineering skills capable of moving multi-ton blocks, and social organization complex enough to coordinate projects requiring thousands of workers over decades of construction. Marine archaeologists working these sites face unique challenges that compound the mystery. Underwater excavation proceeds at a fraction of the pace possible on land, requiring specialized equipment and limiting investigation to brief diving sessions. Salt water corrodes organic materials that might provide dating evidence, while sediment layers shift with currents that erase stratigraphic relationships essential for understanding construction sequences. Each artifact recovered from these depths represents months of careful planning and dangerous underwater labor. The Mediterranean's sunken harbors tell stories of civilizations that achieved maritime sophistication far earlier than conventional history acknowledges. Underwater ruins of Alexandria reveal construction techniques using massive granite blocks fitted with precision that rivals Roman engineering, yet predating Roman civilization by millennia. The stonework shows evidence of sophisticated lifting and placement methods that require knowledge of leverage, counterweights, and mechanical advantage, supposedly unknown to prehistoric peoples. Local legends from islands throughout the Mediterranean preserve memories of great cities that sank beneath the waves in single days and nights, their populations fleeing to higher ground, carrying only fragments of ancient knowledge. These stories, dismissed by academia as mythology, begin to seem less fantastical when confronted with physical evidence of massive construction projects now resting under hundreds of feet of seawater. The dating controversy surrounding these underwater ruins threatens the foundations of accepted archaeological chronology. If the structures were built before rising sea levels submerged them, their construction dates must be pushed back to the Pleistocene epoch, requiring human civilization to be far older and more sophisticated than current theories allow. Orthodox archaeology resists such radical chronological revision, preferring to explain the structures as natural rock formations or more recent construction that somehow became submerged through unknown geological processes. The emotional impact of diving among these ruins transcends academic dispute. Swimming through doorways that once framed human lives, following corridors where children played 10,000 years ago, exploring chambers where unknown peoples gathered for purposes lost to time. These experiences dissolve the comfortable distance between past and present. The silence beneath the waves carries weight that presses against consciousness, like the water pressure itself, demanding recognition of human achievements that time has claimed. Recent advances in underwater archaeology reveal that these Mediterranean sites represent only visible portions of much larger complexes. Side-scan sonar mapping indicates extensive artificial structures extending far beyond the areas accessible to conventional diving. Three-dimensional modeling of the seafloor suggests planned urban layouts with streets, residential districts, and monumental complexes that rival the great cities of later antiquity. The technological sophistication evident in these underwater ruins poses disturbing questions about the cyclical nature of human civilization. If prehistoric peoples achieved architectural mastery comparable to classical antiquity, what other knowledge might have been lost when their cities vanished beneath rising seas? The precision stonework suggests understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering that supposedly required millennia of cumulative development to achieve. Climate change emerges as a recurring theme in these underwater mysteries. The structures were submerged during the dramatic sea level changes that marked the end of the last ice age, a period of rapid environmental transformation that may have triggered the collapse of advanced prehistoric civilizations. The pattern suggests that human achievement reaches certain heights before being reset by catastrophic climate change, forcing survivors to begin technological development anew. In the deep blue silence of the Mediterranean depths, where no wind disturbs the water and no sun penetrates the darkness, these sunken cities offer their most profound lesson. They demonstrate that human consciousness reaches toward permanence and meaning, even when confronting the inevitability of loss, creating underwater monuments that speak across time with voices that echo through oceanic depths. While the sea holds secrets of lost civilizations, the earth itself conceals chambers that defy explanation. Deep beneath the rolling hills of Cappadocia, where volcanic tufa creates landscapes that seem carved by celestial sculptors and fairy chimneys pierce the sky like stone prayers, lies a secret city that challenges every assumption about ancient urban planning and human endurance. Derinkuyu descends into the earth like an inverted cathedral, its chambers and corridors extending 85 meters into the bedrock, creating a subterranean civilization that could house 20,000 souls in perpetual darkness. The underground city reveals itself slowly to visitors descending narrow stairways carved from living rock, each level unveiling new mysteries about the humans who chose to live their entire lives without ever seeing sunlight. 18 levels of interconnected chambers, corridors, and tunnels create a three-dimensional maze of sophisticated urban planning that includes residential areas, communal kitchens, wine cellars, chapels, schools, and even stables for livestock. The engineering achievement represents one of humanity's most ambitious attempts to create livable space in the most challenging possible environment. The excavation of Derinkuyu began in 1963, when a basement renovation in the modern town above revealed a hidden doorway leading into darkness that seemed to descend without end. Local residents had always known about caves beneath their homes, using the upper levels for food storage and workshops, but no one suspected the vast scale of the underground complex until archaeological investigation revealed its true extent. Each year of excavation uncovered new chambers, deeper levels, and increasingly sophisticated architectural features that pushed the estimated construction date further into antiquity. The ventilation system demonstrates engineering sophistication that rivals modern mining operations. A network of over 15,000 air shafts, some reaching the surface through intricate pathways that prevent toxic gas accumulation, while maintaining optimal air circulation throughout the deepest chambers. The system includes sophisticated airflow management that creates different atmospheric conditions for various purposes. Food storage areas maintain constant temperatures and humidity levels, while residential chambers receive fresh air circulation that makes long-term habitation possible deep underground. The security features reveal a civilization under siege, yet the threats they defended against remain unknown to archaeology. Massive circular stones, some weighing over half a ton, could be rolled into position to seal entrances and corridors from within, creating an impregnable fortress that no surface army could penetrate. Narrow tunnels designed to be defended by single warriors connect different levels, while hidden passages provide escape routes known only to the inhabitants. The defensive architecture suggests enemies so formidable that entire populations chose permanent underground exile rather than face them on the surface. The purpose of such massive underground construction remains hotly debated among researchers. Some scholars theorize that Derinkuyu provided protection from Arab raids during the Byzantine period, yet carbon dating of organic materials suggests construction began much earlier, possibly during the Hittite era or even before. Others propose defense against natural disasters, volcanic eruptions, extreme climate events, or seismic activity that made surface life temporarily impossible. The scale of construction suggests threats severe enough to justify decades of dangerous excavation work, using only hand tools and oil lamps. The psychological implications of underground life add emotional weight to Derinkuyu's mystery. Families raised children in chambers that never knew seasons, where time passed without reference to sun or stars, where the only light came from flickering oil lamps that consumed precious oxygen. The community developed social structures capable of maintaining order and purpose in conditions that would drive modern populations to madness within days. The discovery of chapels decorated with Byzantine frescoes suggests that spiritual life not only survived, but flourished in these depths. The construction techniques employed at Derinkuyu demonstrate knowledge of geology and engineering that challenges assumptions about ancient technical capabilities. The builders selected sites where the volcanic tufa provided optimal carving conditions while avoiding underground water sources and unstable rock formations. They created load-bearing architectures that have survived centuries of seismic activity in a geologically active region. The precision of the excavation work, accomplished entirely with hand tools, achieved structural stability that modern engineers struggle to understand. Recent archaeological investigation reveals that Derinkuyu represents only one city in a vast network of underground settlements throughout Cappadocia. Tunnels connect multiple underground cities across distances of several miles, creating a subterranean civilization that may have housed hundreds of thousands of people during periods of surface instability. The scope of this underground world suggests social organization and construction coordination on a scale that orthodox history reserves for much later periods. The emotional resonance of exploring Derinkuyu transcends archaeological curiosity. Walking through corridors where children learned their first words, standing in chambers where communities gathered for meals that might last for months, feeling the weight of earth pressing down from above. The silence of these depths carries the accumulated weight of countless lives lived in perpetual darkness by choice rather than chance. Modern analysis reveals technological sophistication hidden within apparently primitive construction. The air circulation system incorporates principles of fluid dynamics that were not formally understood until the development of modern engineering. The water management systems include filtration and distribution networks that maintained sanitary conditions for large populations over extended periods. The waste disposal systems prevented contamination while recycling organic materials in closed-loop cycles that anticipated modern environmental engineering by millennia. In the profound darkness of Derinkuyu's deepest chambers, where oil lamps would consume the last oxygen and silence becomes absolute, the underground city reveals its most profound teaching. This monument to human adaptability demonstrates that consciousness can create meaning and community under any conditions, that the human spirit finds ways to flourish even when exiled from light itself. From the depths of the earth to the heights of ancient ambition, other mysteries await in the realm of impossible metallurgy. In the mists of antiquity that shroud the Indian subcontinent, where sacred rivers carry silt older than empires, and temple spires pierce skies that have witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, stand metallurgical achievements that mock the comfortable progression of technological history. These are the impossible metals of ancient India artifacts that demonstrate mastery over matter itself. Techniques that modern science struggles to comprehend, and knowledge systems that suggest human understanding of chemistry and physics reached heights in the distant past that academic orthodoxy reserves for the industrial age. The Iron Pillar of Delhi rises from the courtyard of the Qutb Minar complex like a dark exclamation mark against the theoretical limitations of ancient metallurgy. For 16 centuries, this slender column of iron has stood exposed to monsoon rains, scorching heat, and atmospheric pollution without developing even the faintest trace of rust. The pillar's surface remains smooth and dark, its Sanskrit inscriptions as crisp as the day they were carved, defying every known principle of ferrous metal oxidation in ways that metallurgists still cannot explain. Chemical analysis reveals that the iron pillar consists of 98% pure iron, with trace amounts of phosphorus and other elements that should not prevent rust formation under normal circumstances. Modern attempts to replicate this corrosion resistance have failed spectacularly, despite access to industrial furnaces, controlled atmospheric conditions, and sophisticated alloying techniques. The ancient smiths achieved a metallurgical perfection that suggests knowledge of atomic structure and chemical bonding that would not be formally discovered until the 20th century. The construction of such a pillar presents additional mysteries that compound the metallurgical enigma. The column weighs over 6 tons and stands 23 feet tall, requiring forging techniques capable of working with molten iron at temperatures exceeding 1500 degrees Celsius. Ancient Indian metalworkers accomplished this feat using furnaces that archaeology credits with far more limited capabilities, somehow achieving the precise temperature control and atmospheric conditions necessary to prevent impurities that would cause structural weakness or corrosion susceptibility. The legendary Damascus steel represents another metallurgical mystery that emerged from the ancient world and vanished like smoke, despite centuries of attempts to rediscover its secrets. Swords forged from Wootz steel in Indian crucibles achieved legendary sharpness and beauty, their blades displaying watered patterns that seemed to flow like liquid metal frozen in time. These weapons could reportedly cut through European armor like cloth, while maintaining edge retention that surpassed anything available to medieval warfare. The production of Damascus steel required mastery over carbon distribution at the molecular level, creating crystalline structures that modern metallurgy recognizes as nanotechnology applications achieved without knowledge of atomic theory. The steel incorporated carbon nanotubes and carbide nanowires that enhance strength and flexibility in ways that current materials science struggles to replicate using sophisticated laboratory conditions. Ancient Indian smiths achieved these molecular manipulations using techniques that remain completely mysterious. The loss of Damascus steel knowledge represents one of history's most tragic technological reversals. Despite detailed contemporary accounts of its properties and desperate European attempts to acquire the secrets through espionage and trade, the techniques simply vanished during the colonial period. Modern attempts to recreate true Damascus steel using electron microscopy and computer modeling have produced crude approximations that lack the legendary properties of the original blades. Ancient Indian texts preserve descriptions of metallurgical achievements that strain credibility even further. The Samarangana Sutradhara describes aerial vehicles constructed from metals that were light as a bird's body, yet strong enough to withstand atmospheric pressures and high-velocity impacts. These accounts detail knowledge of aluminum alloys, titanium composites, and ultra-lightweight materials that would not be officially discovered until the aerospace age. The Vimana texts include specifications for mercury-powered engines, electrolytic processes for refining metals, and chemical formulations for producing materials with properties that sound remarkably similar to modern high-tech alloys. While orthodox scholarship dismisses these texts as mythology, the demonstrated metallurgical capabilities evidenced by artifacts like the Iron Pillar suggest that ancient Indian knowledge systems may have encompassed scientific understanding far beyond what comfortable historical narratives acknowledge. The emotional impact of confronting these metallurgical mysteries transcends academic debate about technological diffusion and knowledge preservation. Standing before the Iron Pillar, touching metal that has remained unchanged for 16 centuries while empires rose and fell around it, visitors encounter physical proof that human knowledge is not cumulative or progressive, but cyclical and fragile. These artifacts whisper of golden ages, when consciousness achieved mastery over matter that subsequent civilizations have struggled to recover. Recent scientific investigation reveals that ancient Indian metallurgy incorporated principles that modern chemistry is only beginning to understand. Analysis of archaeological samples shows evidence of powder metallurgy techniques, controlled atmospheric smelting, and molecular-level manipulation of crystal structures using methods that remain mysterious. Some samples display properties that suggest room temperature, superconductivity, or other exotic physical phenomena that current science considers theoretically impossible using ancient techniques. The geographical distribution of advanced metallurgical artifacts throughout the Indian subcontinent suggests sophisticated trade networks and knowledge-sharing systems that operated across vast distances. Bronze artifacts from the Indus Valley civilization show compositional sophistication that rivals modern alloys, while iron objects from various periods demonstrate heat treatment processes that require precise temperature control and atmospheric management. The consistency of these achievements across centuries and regions implies institutional knowledge preservation systems that have since been lost. In the silent moments before dawn, when the Iron Pillar stands alone in the courtyard of the Qutub Minar and modern Delhi sleeps around this ancient sentinel, the metallurgical mysteries of India reveal their deepest teaching. These impossible metals speak to human potential that transcends technological limitations, demonstrating that consciousness applied with sufficient dedication and understanding can achieve mastery over the fundamental forces of nature. While metals hold secrets of forgotten chemistry, crystals and stones whisper of even stranger sciences. In the jade-shadowed temples of ancient Mesoamerica, where priests once calculated cosmic cycles in blood and obsidian, and pyramid stairs descended into underworlds mapped by star knowledge. 13 crystal skulls emerged from archaeological darkness to challenge every assumption about pre-Columbian technology and spiritual sophistication. These enigmatic artifacts, carved from single pieces of quartz crystal with precision that defies the tool technology attributed to ancient civilizations, whisper of knowledge systems that transcended ordinary craftsmanship to touch realms where consciousness and crystal matrix intersect in ways that modern science struggles to comprehend. The most famous of these skulls, discovered in the ruins of Lubanton by British explorer F.A. Mitchell Hedges in 1927, demonstrates optical properties that seem to violate the limitations of hand-carved crystallography. The piece exhibits perfect anatomical proportions, achieved by working with the natural crystal structure rather than against it, suggesting knowledge of quartz's molecular geometry that would not be formally understood until the development of modern mineralogy. Under specific lighting conditions, the skull's eye sockets seem to glow with internal light, while its surface exhibits prismatic effects that create rainbow patterns appearing to move independently of the viewing angle. The carving techniques required to create such precision from raw quartz present technological mysteries that compound with each analytical investigation. Quartz crystal ranks 7 on the Mohs hardness scale, making it more difficult to carve than steel. Yet the skulls show none of the tool marks that would result from conventional abrasion methods. The surfaces display optical polish that requires understanding of crystal optics and precision grinding techniques, using diamond powder or other ultra-hard abrasives supposedly unknown to pre-Columbian civilizations. Modern attempts to replicate these carvings using contemporary technology have failed to achieve comparable precision or optical clarity. Computer-controlled diamond cutting equipment produces surfaces marked by microscopic tool traces that the ancient skulls lack entirely. Laser cutting experiments result in heat fractures and structural damage that the originals show no evidence of experiencing. The ancient craftsmen somehow achieved molecular-level surface modification, using techniques that remain completely mysterious to current crystal working methodology. The optical properties of genuine crystal skulls extend beyond mere craftsmanship into realms that suggest possible technological applications unknown to conventional archaeology. Computer analysis reveals that light entering through the eye sockets undergoes complex internal refraction that concentrates and amplifies illumination in specific patterns. Some researchers theorize that these skulls were designed as optical computers, using crystals' natural information storage properties to preserve data in ways that organic or metallic systems could not achieve over archaeological timescales. The acoustic phenomena associated with crystal skulls add another layer of mystery to their already enigmatic properties. When exposed to specific sound frequencies, some skulls produce harmonics and resonance effects that create altered states of consciousness in sensitive individuals. The crystal structure seems to amplify and modulate sound waves in ways that suggest deliberate acoustic engineering, as if the skulls were designed to interface with human neurological frequencies for purposes that remain unknown. The provenance controversy surrounding crystal skulls reflects the challenge of authenticating artifacts that exceed technological expectations for their supposed age and origin. While some skulls have been proven to be modern creations using industrial cutting tools, others remain stubbornly resistant to conventional dating methods and technical analysis. The controversy has led to polarized academic positions that often obscure rather than illuminate the genuine mysteries these artifacts present. Scientific investigation using electron microscopy and spectral analysis reveals that the controversial skulls fall into two distinct categories: obvious modern fakes showing clear evidence of industrial fabrication, and a small number of pieces that exhibit properties inconsistent with known ancient or modern manufacturing techniques. The latter group displays crystal structures that suggest formation under conditions of extreme pressure and temperature, that are difficult to reconcile with either natural crystal growth or artificial manufacturing processes. The psychological and physiological effects reported by individuals exposed to crystal skulls range from profound spiritual experiences to claims of enhanced psychic abilities and accelerated healing processes. While such reports strain scientific credibility, they occur with sufficient frequency and consistency to suggest measurable interactions between crystal resonance frequencies and human neural activity. Some researchers propose that the skulls function as consciousness amplification devices, using piezoelectric properties of quartz to modulate brainwave patterns in ways that enhance perception and cognition. The cultural context of crystal skulls within Mesoamerican civilization adds anthropological depth to their technological mystery. Ancient Maya and Aztec traditions describe crystal skulls as repositories of ancestral wisdom, sacred objects that could communicate with the dead and reveal hidden knowledge to properly prepared initiates. These oral traditions, preserved through centuries of colonial suppression, describe 13 skulls that, when united, would trigger a spiritual awakening that would transform human consciousness itself. The number 13 carries profound significance within Mesoamerican cosmology, corresponding to the levels of heaven in Maya astronomy and the tonal Pohualli sacred calendar that structured temporal experience throughout the region. The skull's integration into these numerical systems suggests that they were conceived as components of a larger technological or spiritual apparatus, designed to interface with cosmic cycles and celestial mechanics in ways that transcended individual artifact functionality. Recent discoveries using ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR mapping of Mesoamerican archaeological sites have revealed temple complexes with crystal-lined chambers and acoustic properties that suggest sophisticated understanding of resonance phenomena. These findings support theories that crystal skulls functioned within larger technological systems that used crystalline structures to amplify and focus various forms of energy for purposes that may have included healing, communication, or consciousness expansion. In the hushed galleries of museums where crystal skulls rest under controlled lighting and climate conditions, protected by glass cases that preserve their mystery while preventing direct contact, these enigmatic artifacts continue to generate questions that penetrate to the heart of human, technological, and spiritual potential. They represent physical evidence that consciousness, when properly focused and applied, can achieve manipulation of matter that transcends tool technology to become something approaching transmutation of intention into crystalline reality. While some mysteries hide in written words, others are carved in monuments that challenge our understanding of ancient astronomy. Across the wind-scoured expanses of the Peruvian desert, where rainfall measures in decades rather than seasons, and the sun burns with crystalline intensity that bleaches bones white within hours, an ancient civilization transformed the earth itself into the largest art gallery ever created by human hands. The Nazca lines stretch across 800 square miles of plateau, etching geometric precision into landscapes that dwarf the ambitions of any subsequent culture, creating images so vast that their true forms remain invisible to earthbound observers yet achieve perfect proportions when viewed from heights that ancient peoples supposedly never attained. The spider, the hummingbird, the monkey, These creatures dance across the desert floor in lines so precise they seem drawn by cosmic geometry rather than human intention. Each figure maintains perfect mathematical proportions across distances that strain comprehension, with the largest images spanning over 1,200 feet from extremity to extremity. The monkey's spiraling tail describes a logarithmic curve that demonstrates knowledge of advanced mathematics, while the hummingbird's wings achieve bilateral symmetry accurate to within inches across a wingspan longer than 3 football fields. The technical challenges of creating such massive ground drawings transcend conventional understanding of ancient surveying capabilities. The lines maintain perfect straightness across terrain that includes ravines, hills, and rocky outcroppings, suggesting surveying techniques that could compensate for topographical irregularities across distances of several miles. The precision required for such accuracy would challenge modern engineering teams equipped with laser guidance systems and satellite navigation. Yet, the Nazca people achieved these results using tools and techniques that archaeology credits with far more limited capabilities. The preservation of the Nazca lines presents an environmental mystery that compounds their archaeological enigma. The high desert's extreme aridity protects the shallow trenches from erosion, while the dark, oxidized stones that form the desert's surface contrasts sharply with the lighter-colored sand beneath, creating images that remain visible after 15 centuries of wind and weather. The geological conditions that make such preservation possible exist in few places on Earth, suggesting that the Nazca specifically selected this location for its ability to preserve their monumental artwork across vast spans of time. The purpose behind such enormous expenditure of human labor remains hotly debated among researchers who struggle to explain why ancient peoples would create art visible only from perspectives they supposedly never achieved. Some scholars theorize that the lines functioned as astronomical calendars, with certain figures and geometric patterns aligning with celestial events, including solstices, equinoxes, and the rising points of significant constellations. Computer analysis reveals that many lines point toward astronomical phenomena with accuracy that demonstrates sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics. Others propose that the Nazca lines served religious or ceremonial purposes, creating sacred pathways for ritual processions that honored deities associated with water, fertility, and agricultural abundance in a landscape where survival depended entirely on the seasonal flow of rivers that originate in distant Andean mountains. The figures may have been intended as offerings to sky gods, massive prayers drawn upon the earth itself in hopes of ensuring the precious rainfall that sustained life in this most marginal of environments. The most controversial theories suggest that the Nazca lines were designed to be viewed from the air, implying either advanced knowledge of aerial perspective or actual flight capabilities that conventional archaeology considers impossible for pre-Columbian civilizations. Local legends preserved by indigenous peoples speak of ancient humans who possessed the ability to fly, while certain Nazca pottery depicts figures that appear to be floating in air or suspended from flying devices whose purpose remains unclear. Modern experimental archaeology has attempted to recreate Nazca line construction using tools and techniques available to ancient civilizations, with mixed results that illuminate both the feasibility and the mystery of the original achievement. Teams using wooden stakes, rope measuring devices, and careful planning have successfully created smaller versions of the geometric patterns, demonstrating that the basic construction techniques were within ancient capabilities. However, scaling these methods to the enormous proportions of the original lines reveals logistical challenges that strain credibility even with modern organizational resources. The psychological impact of viewing the Nazca lines from aircraft transforms intellectual curiosity into profound emotional experience. Seeing the spider emerge from apparent randomness as the plane gains altitude, watching the hummingbird resolve into perfect proportions against the vastness of the desert floor, experiencing the moment when scattered earthworks reveal themselves as deliberate artistic expression. These encounters with ancient vision operate on scales that humble individual human perspective while celebrating collective human achievement. The relationship between the Nazca lines and the underground aqueduct system known as Pukios adds practical dimension to their spiritual mystery. The water management infrastructure demonstrates sophisticated engineering that sustains civilization in one of Earth's most challenging environments. While the surface lines may have served as markers for underground water sources or ritual sites associated with water ceremonies, the integration of practical and spiritual purposes suggests holistic thinking that unified survival necessity with aesthetic and religious expression. Recent satellite imagery and LiDAR mapping continue to reveal previously unknown lines and figures throughout the region, expanding understanding of the Nazca achievement while raising new questions about the scope and purpose of their monumental undertaking. Some newly discovered lines extend for over 9 miles in perfectly straight trajectories that cross mountain ranges and river valleys, demonstrating surveying capabilities that approach the limits of what seems possible using ancient technology and organizational methods. The conservation challenges facing the Nazca lines reflect broader questions about preserving archaeological heritage in an era of climate change and increased human activity. Vehicle traffic, agricultural development, and tourism threaten lines that survived 15 centuries of natural weathering in near-perfect condition. The irony that modern technology enables appreciation of these ancient achievements while simultaneously threatening their preservation adds urgency to efforts to understand and protect them. In the profound silence of the desert night, when tourist aircraft cease their circuits and the lines rest invisible beneath star-filled skies that have witnessed their creation and endurance, the Nazca achievement reveals its deepest meaning. These massive drawings represent humanity's earliest known attempt to create art on a planetary scale, transforming landscape itself into canvas for expressions that transcend individual mortality to speak across centuries with voices that remain hauntingly clear. While the Nazca drew upon the earth, other ancients reached toward the heavens with equal mystery. In the blue depths of the Aegean Sea, where Mediterranean currents carry the dissolved memories of civilizations that rose and fell like tides against marble shores, a Roman ship settling into eternal darkness carried cargo that would challenge every assumption about the technological capabilities of the ancient world. The Antikythera wreck, discovered by sponge divers in 1900, yielded treasures expected from such maritime archaeology: bronze statues, ceramic vessels, and precious metals that spoke to the wealth and artistry of classical antiquity. But buried among these conventional artifacts lay a corroded bronze mechanism that would prove far more revolutionary than any artistic masterpiece. The device that emerged from the sea as formless lumps of bronze concretion revealed its secrets slowly, grudgingly, through decades of painstaking analysis that peeled away centuries of marine encrustation to expose gear trains of impossible sophistication. The Antikythera mechanism, as scholars came to call this enigmatic artifact, contained over 30 bronze gears cut with precision that rivals modern clockwork, assembled into a computational device that calculated astronomical positions with accuracy that would not be seen again until the emergence of mechanical clocks in medieval Europe. X-ray tomography and three-dimensional modeling reveal a mechanism of staggering complexity hidden within its unassuming bronze case. The gear ratios correspond exactly to the periods of lunar cycles, planetary motions, and solar years, creating an analog computer capable of predicting eclipses, determining the dates of Olympic Games, and tracking the wandering paths of planets across the zodiac with mathematical precision that demonstrates profound understanding of celestial mechanics. The device incorporated knowledge of astronomical cycles that modern science credits to much later periods of human intellectual development. The construction techniques employed in creating the Antikythera mechanism transcend conventional understanding of ancient metallurgy and precision engineering. The gears were cut with mathematical accuracy that requires sophisticated measuring instruments and cutting tools supposedly unknown to Hellenistic civilization. The bronze alloy composition shows evidence of advanced metallurgical knowledge, while the mechanical tolerances achieved in the gear assemblies approach the limits of what skilled modern machinists can accomplish using contemporary tools and techniques. The intellectual achievement represented by the mechanism's design challenges fundamental assumptions about the progression of human knowledge and technological capability. Creating such a device required not only mechanical skill, but also mathematical sophistication that encompassed differential gear ratios, epicyclic gear trains, and computational algorithms for predicting complex astronomical phenomena. The ancient engineers demonstrated understanding of mechanical principles that would not be formally described until the Renaissance, while their astronomical knowledge rivaled that of modern celestial mechanics. The existence of the Antikythera mechanism implies a technological tradition that has left few other traces in the archaeological record, suggesting either systematic loss of knowledge or deliberate concealment of advanced capabilities. Historical accounts by ancient authors, including Cicero and Archimedes, describe similar mechanical devices, indicating that such technology was known to classical civilization, even if few examples survived the destructions of war, natural disaster, and the passage of time that claimed so many achievements of antiquity. The device's origins remain shrouded in mystery despite intensive scholarly investigation. While the mechanism's construction date falls within the 1st century BCE, its intellectual antecedents clearly reach much deeper into the past. The astronomical data encoded in its gear ratios reflect observations and calculations that may have been accumulated over centuries, suggesting institutional knowledge preservation systems that maintained complex technical information across generations of craftsmen and natural philosophers. The implications for understanding ancient scientific capability extend far beyond mechanical engineering into realms of theoretical knowledge that orthodox historiography reserves for much later periods. The Antikythera mechanism demonstrates practical application of advanced mathematics, sophisticated understanding of planetary motion, and computational thinking that challenges linear narratives of intellectual progress. Its creators possessed scientific knowledge that subsequent civilizations would struggle to recover after the fall of classical learning. The emotional impact of confronting this ancient computer transcends academic fascination with its technical specifications or historical significance. Standing before the reconstructed mechanism, watching bronze gears turn in patterns that mirror celestial motions with precision achieved 2 millennia ago, visitors encounter physical proof that human intelligence has achieved sophisticated understanding of cosmic order multiple times throughout history. The device speaks to continuities of consciousness that transcend the rise and fall of particular civilizations. Modern attempts to understand the mechanism's full capabilities continue to reveal new layers of sophistication that expand appreciation for its creator's achievement. Computer modeling of the gear trains suggests additional functions beyond those currently understood, while comparison with fragmentary references in ancient texts hints at a family of similar devices that may have existed throughout the Mediterranean world. The Antikythera mechanism may represent only one example of a lost tradition of scientific instrumentation. The preservation of such delicate bronze mechanisms under marine conditions for over 2,000 years presents conservation challenges that mirror the artifact's original technical complexity. Saltwater corrosion, mineral encrustation, and structural degradation require sophisticated conservation techniques that often risk destroying the very evidence they seek to preserve. Each fragment, removed from its protective concretion, must be documented with precision that matches the original device's engineering specifications. The broader implications of the Antikythera mechanism challenge comfortable assumptions about technological diffusion and knowledge preservation in the ancient world. If Greek civilization possessed computational devices of such sophistication, what other technologies might have existed but failed to survive in the archaeological record? The mechanism suggests possibilities for ancient achievement that orthodox archaeology has yet to fully explore or acknowledge. Recent discoveries of similar gear fragments at other Mediterranean archaeological sites indicate that the Antikythera mechanism was not unique, but rather representative of a broader technological tradition that achieved widespread distribution throughout the ancient world. These finds suggest sophisticated trade networks that distributed not only finished mechanisms, but also the knowledge necessary for their construction and operation, implying educational institutions and technical traditions that have since vanished almost without trace. In the silence of museum galleries, where the Antikythera mechanism rests behind protective glass, its bronze gears forever stilled after millennia of faithful computation, the device offers its most profound teaching about the cyclical nature of human achievement. This ancient computer demonstrates that consciousness applied with sufficient dedication and precision can achieve understanding of cosmic order that transcends the limitations of any particular historical moment. As ancient Greece computed the heavens, other cultures encoded mysteries in ways that remain undeciphered. In the hushed sanctity of Yale University's Voynich Rare Book Library, where climate-controlled chambers preserve humanity's most precious textual treasures behind walls of Vermont marble and amber glass, rests a codex that has driven linguists to madness and cryptographers to despair for over a century. The Voynich manuscript spreads its vellum pages like wings of an impossible butterfly, displaying text written in an unknown script and language that has resisted every attempt at translation. Despite attack by some of history's most brilliant minds, including World War II codebreakers who cracked enemy ciphers yet found themselves helpless before this medieval enigma, the manuscript presents itself as a work of natural philosophy, its pages filled with botanical illustrations that depict plants unlike any known to earthly botany, astronomical diagrams that map celestial mechanics according to unknown principles, and pharmaceutical recipes that detail the preparation of medicines from substances that exist nowhere in conventional pharmacology. The text flows across parchment in graceful curves and mysterious symbols that suggest meaning just beyond the threshold of comprehension, taunting readers with the promise of revelation that perpetually recedes before approaching understanding. Carbon dating places the manuscript's creation in the early 15th century, yet its intellectual content seems to emerge from traditions that predate medieval European learning by centuries or millennia. The botanical section illustrates over 100 plant species, with roots that spiral in impossible helical patterns, leaves that display cellular structures invisible to naked eye observation, and flowering mechanisms that suggest knowledge of plant reproduction, not formally understood until the development of modern botany. The precision of these illustrations implies either access to optical magnification unknown to medieval science or artistic imagination, guided by information that transcends direct observation. The astronomical sections reveal equally mysterious sophistication, depicting celestial mechanics that incorporate both familiar and utterly foreign elements. Some diagrams show recognizable zodiacal symbols and planetary representations, while others illustrate cosmic systems that follow no known astronomical tradition. The integration of conventional and impossible elements suggests either a lost astronomical tradition that developed independently of known systems, or deliberate encoding of information using symbolic methods that prevent casual interpretation. The cryptographic challenge posed by the Voynich text exceeds any other undeciphered script in terms of both sophistication and resistance to analytical methods. Statistical analysis reveals linguistic patterns consistent with natural language, including appropriate distribution of character frequencies, syntactic structures that suggest grammar and syntax, and repetition patterns that indicate vocabulary usage typical of human communication. Yet these patterns emerge from a writing system that shows no relationship to any known language family, ancient or modern. Professional cryptographers, including William Friedman, who broke Japanese diplomatic codes during World War II, devoted years to the Voynich manuscript without achieving even preliminary success. Computer analysis, using techniques that have successfully deciphered other historical scripts, produces results that reveal tantalizing patterns, yet refuse to yield coherent meaning. The text behaves like language without being translatable, suggesting either encryption methods of impossible sophistication or genuine linguistic systems that developed in complete isolation from known traditions. The pharmaceutical sections present perhaps the most disturbing aspects of the manuscript's mystery, depicting nude female figures bathing in pools connected by elaborate plumbing systems that suggest knowledge of hydraulic engineering and human anatomy far in advance of medieval understanding. The women appear to be undergoing medical treatments or ritualistic procedures that incorporate both recognizable and completely foreign elements, while text annotations presumably describe processes that remain frustratingly opaque despite their apparent precision and detail. The manuscript's provenance adds layers of mystery to its already impenetrable content. Historical records trace its ownership through a succession of scholars, alchemists, and collectors who recognized its importance without being able to unlock its secrets. Emperor Rudolf II of Bohemia allegedly paid the enormous sum of 600 gold ducats for the manuscript in 1586, suggesting that its reputation for containing valuable hidden knowledge was already well established by the late Renaissance period. Modern digital analysis, using techniques unavailable to previous investigators, continues to reveal new aspects of the manuscript's complexity without bringing translation significantly closer to reality. Spectral imaging exposes underlying text layers and corrections that suggest careful composition rather than random symbol generation, while computerized pattern analysis identifies recurring structural elements that imply systematic encoding methods. These discoveries demonstrate genuine linguistic sophistication while deepening rather than resolving the translation challenge. The psychological effects of prolonged exposure to the Voynich text create a unique form of intellectual vertigo that combines scholarly fascination with existential frustration. Researchers describe becoming obsessed with patterns that seem to promise meaning, yet consistently dissolve under analytical scrutiny, leading to a peculiar form of academic madness that borders on the mystical. The manuscript seems to actively resist comprehension, while simultaneously encouraging continued investigation through tantalizing glimpses of almost understanding. The possibility that the Voynich manuscript represents an elaborate hoax has been proposed and investigated repeatedly, yet fails to explain several crucial aspects of its construction and content. The consistency of the unknown language across hundreds of pages would require linguistic invention skills that exceed those of any known historical forger, while the botanical and astronomical illustrations demonstrate knowledge that would be difficult to fabricate convincingly. The parchment, ink, and binding techniques all correspond to authentic 15th century materials and methods. Recent theories propose that the manuscript might represent a constructed language or artificial writing system created for specific purposes that remain unknown to modern investigation. Some researchers suggest possible connections to alchemical traditions that deliberately obscured their knowledge using symbolic methods, while others propose links to mystical or religious movements that developed private languages for preserving esoteric teachings. In the quiet hours when the Beinecke library closes and the Voynich manuscript rests in its climate-controlled solitude, the codex continues to pose questions that penetrate to the heart of human communication and understanding. This book that cannot be read speaks to the limits of linguistic analysis while demonstrating the human capacity to create meaning systems that transcend immediate comprehension. While some mysteries hide in written words, others are carved in monuments that challenge our understanding of ancient astronomy. Along the wind-swept coastline of Brittany, where Atlantic storms sculpt granite into forms that seem to emerge from Celtic dreams and mists carry the salt tang of prehistoric seas, 3,000 standing stones march across the countryside in perfect military formation, their limestone ranks extending beyond the horizon like an army of ancient sentinels frozen in eternal advance. The megalithic alignments of Carnac stretch for over 4 kilometers through the French landscape, representing humanity's earliest known attempt to create astronomical instruments on a scale that dwarfs the ambitions of any subsequent civilization. The stones themselves range from modest markers barely taller than a human being to massive monoliths that reach heights of 20 feet and weigh dozens of tons, yet their placement follows mathematical principles of such precision that modern astronomers struggle to comprehend how Neolithic peoples achieved such sophisticated celestial calculations without written records, mathematical notation, or metal tools capable of precise measurement. Each stone occupies a position calculated to track specific astronomical phenomena with accuracy that rivals contemporary observatories, creating a vast stone computer designed to monitor cosmic cycles that governed ancient agricultural and ceremonial calendars. The eastern end of the alignments features the largest stones, arranged in patterns that correspond to major lunar and solar events, including solstices, equinoxes, and the complex 18-year cycle of lunar declination extremes that governs the precise positions where the moon rises and sets along the horizon. Computer analysis reveals that observers positioned at specific points within the alignments could predict eclipses, determine planting seasons, and track the wandering paths of planets with precision that demonstrates profound understanding of celestial mechanics. The construction chronology spans several millennia, with the earliest stones erected around 4500 BCE, and additions continuing until approximately 2000 BCE. Suggesting that the Carnac alignments represent a multi-generational project that preserved and expanded astronomical knowledge across centuries of cultural development. The consistency of mathematical principles throughout this extended construction period implies institutional knowledge preservation systems that maintained complex technical information without written documentation, relying instead on oral traditions and practical training methods that have since vanished. The megalithic culture that created Carnac achieved engineering feats that challenge understanding of Neolithic technological capabilities. The largest stones were quarried from sources several kilometers away and transported across terrain that would challenge modern heavy machinery. Yet, archaeological evidence reveals no traces of the ramps, rollers, or lifting devices that such massive stone movement would seem to require. The precision placement of these monoliths suggests surveying techniques that could maintain straight lines and exact angles across distances that exceed the visual range of ground-based observers. The astronomical alignments incorporated into the Carnac complex demonstrate knowledge that extends far beyond simple solar and lunar observation into realms of mathematical sophistication that orthodox archaeology reserves for much later civilizations. The stone positions encode complex calculations that account for the precession of equinoxes, the varying obliquity of the ecliptic, and subtle changes in lunar orbital mechanics that require centuries of systematic observation to detect and understand. Such knowledge implies scientific traditions that accumulated data across many generations while developing theoretical frameworks capable of predicting future astronomical events. Local Breton folklore preserves memories of the alignment's purpose and power that conventional scholarship dismisses as mythology, yet offers insights that analytical approaches struggle to provide. Traditional accounts describe the stones as petrified armies, cursed soldiers transformed to stone for refusing to convert to Christianity, while other legends speak of druids who commanded the megaliths to march across the landscape at will. These stories, while obviously metaphorical, may preserve distorted memories of the alignment's original function and the sophisticated astronomical knowledge possessed by their creators. The emotional impact of walking among the Carnac alignments transcends intellectual appreciation for their astronomical significance or archaeological importance. Standing within forests of standing stones, as dawn light reveals their perfect geometric relationships, feeling the weight of prehistoric purpose that directed such monumental labor toward understanding cosmic order, visitors encounter physical evidence of human consciousness focused with laser-like intensity on questions that continue to define the relationship between terrestrial existence and celestial mechanics. Recent investigations using satellite imagery and computer modeling reveal previously unknown aspects of the Carnac complex that expand understanding of its creator's achievement, while raising new questions about the scope and sophistication of megalithic astronomy. Ground-penetrating radar indicates that many alignments continue underground, suggesting that the visible stones represent only portions of much larger astronomical instruments whose full extent remains to be discovered. Three-dimensional mapping reveals subtle relationships between distant stone groups that imply coordinated planning on a regional scale. The preservation challenges facing the Carnac alignments reflect broader questions about protecting archaeological sites from the pressures of modern development and tourism. Foot traffic from millions of annual visitors threatens the stability of stones that survived 5 millennia of Atlantic weather, while agricultural development and residential construction continue to encroach upon areas that may contain undiscovered elements of the megalithic complex. Conservation efforts must balance public access with archaeological preservation, while maintaining the landscape context essential for understanding the alignment's astronomical functions. The megalithic culture's disappearance adds poignancy to the Carnac mystery, as the sophisticated astronomical knowledge encoded in stone placements vanished almost without trace from subsequent European traditions. The transition from megalithic to Bronze Age cultures apparently involved loss of technical capabilities that would not be recovered until the emergence of classical astronomy thousands of years later. The alignments stand as monuments to knowledge systems that achieved remarkable sophistication, yet proved vulnerable to cultural disruption. The broader implications of Carnac challenge comfortable assumptions about the linear progression of human intellectual development. If Neolithic peoples possessed astronomical knowledge of such sophistication, other aspects of their civilization may have achieved comparable advancement in areas where archaeological evidence remains invisible or has been misinterpreted. The alignments suggest possibilities for prehistoric achievement that conventional timelines struggle to accommodate, while providing physical proof that consciousness applied with sufficient dedication can achieve understanding of cosmic order regardless of technological limitations. Modern attempts to recreate megalithic astronomical techniques using only tools and methods available to Neolithic cultures have produced mixed results that illuminate both the feasibility and the mystery of the original achievement. Experimental archaeology demonstrates that the basic principles of astronomical alignment could be accomplished using wooden stakes, rope measuring devices, and careful observation. Yet scaling these methods to the enormous scope of Carnac reveals logistical challenges that strain credibility even when assuming unlimited time and labor resources. In the profound silence of Brittany nights, when tour groups disperse and the standing stones rest alone beneath starfields that guided their original placement, the Carnac alignments reveal their deepest purpose as bridges between human consciousness and cosmic order. From stellar observations to earthly mysteries, ancient peoples left traces of knowledge that transcends conventional understanding. Deep beneath the rolling hills of Zhejiang province, where the Yangtze River carves its ancient path through landscapes that have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties older than European civilization, lies an underground marvel that challenges every assumption about the scope and sophistication of ancient Chinese engineering. The Longyou caves spread through solid siltstone bedrock like a vast subterranean city, their hand-carved chambers encompassing over 30,000 square meters of precisely excavated space that demonstrates mastery over stone cutting and architectural planning that rivals any achievement in the annals of human construction. 24 caves have been discovered thus far, each representing a monumental excavation project that required the removal of nearly 1 million cubic meters of solid rock using only hand tools and human labor. The chambers reach heights of 30 meters and encompass floor areas that could accommodate modern aircraft hangars. Yet their walls show no tool marks despite being carved entirely from bedrock that ranks among the hardest stone formations in geological classification. The precision of the cutting work achieves architectural tolerances that approach the limits of what seems possible using ancient technology. The structural engineering demonstrated in these caves transcends conventional understanding of prehistoric construction capabilities. Load-bearing pillars support chamber roofs with calculated precision that prevents collapse despite the enormous weight of overlying rock, while drainage systems channel groundwater away from excavated areas using techniques that require sophisticated understanding of hydraulic engineering and geological mechanics. The chamber layouts optimize acoustic properties that create cathedral-like resonance effects, suggesting that their builders possessed knowledge of architectural acoustics that would not be formally developed until much later periods. The most bewildering aspect of the Longyou caves involves the complete absence of excavated material that such massive underground construction would necessarily generate. Removing 1 million cubic meters of solid stone would create visible mountains of debris that should remain evident in the archaeological landscape. Yet no trace of this material exists anywhere in the surrounding region. Geological surveys using ground-penetrating radar and core sampling have failed to locate any concentrations of siltstone that could represent the missing excavation spoil. The mystery deepens when considering the logistics required for such enormous underground construction projects. Creating chambers of this scale would require coordinated labor forces numbering in the thousands, working shifts around the clock for decades to accomplish the excavation using hand tools and oil lamp illumination. The organizational capabilities necessary for such projects imply social structures and resource management systems that orthodox Chinese archaeology reserves for much later historical periods when written records document comparable achievements. Historical documentation provides no references to these massive excavation projects, despite their enormous scale and the resources they would have required. Chinese historical records, renowned for their comprehensive coverage of major construction projects, including the Great Wall and Grand Canal, contain no mention of the Longyou caves or any similar underground construction activities. The absence of historical documentation suggests either that the caves predate written Chinese historical records, or that their construction was deliberately concealed from official documentation for unknown reasons. Local folklore preserves fragmentary memories that conventional scholarship dismisses as mythology, yet offers the only available insights into the cave's original purpose and construction methods. Village traditions speak of supernatural beings who hollowed out the underground chambers using magical techniques that made stone as soft as clay, while other legends describe the caves as hiding places for dragons or storage facilities for imperial treasures that were concealed during periods of political instability. The chamber decorations reveal artistic sophistication that compounds the technological mystery of their excavation. Relief carvings depicting fish, birds, and geometric patterns cover chamber walls with precision that demonstrates advanced sculptural techniques, while ceiling designs incorporate complex mathematical patterns that suggest knowledge of advanced geometric principles. The integration of artistic and architectural elements implies aesthetic traditions that developed sophisticated design principles for underground construction projects. Recent investigations using three-dimensional laser scanning and photogrammetry reveal previously unnoticed aspects of the cave's construction that expand appreciation for their builders' achievement, while raising new questions about their methods and purposes. Computer analysis of chamber proportions reveals mathematical relationships that correspond to acoustic resonance frequencies. The precision of these calculations implies theoretical knowledge of wave physics that predates formal scientific understanding of such phenomena. The preservation conditions within the Longyou caves create both opportunities and challenges for archaeological investigation. The stable underground environment protects carved surfaces from weathering while maintaining structural integrity that has endured for centuries or millennia. Yet, the enclosed spaces limit excavation techniques while requiring sophisticated ventilation systems to prevent accumulation of toxic gases that could endanger research teams. The broader implications of the Longyou caves challenge assumptions about the scope and sophistication of ancient Chinese civilization during periods that conventional history characterizes as relatively primitive in terms of technological capability and social organization. If prehistoric Chinese cultures possessed engineering knowledge sufficient for such massive underground construction projects, other aspects of their civilization may have achieved comparable advancement in areas where archaeological evidence remains undiscovered or misinterpreted. Modern engineering analysis reveals that creating the Longyou caves using contemporary technology would require industrial machinery, computer-aided design systems, and construction techniques that were not available until the modern era. The precision of the excavation work exceeds what skilled modern operators can achieve using hand tools, while the structural calculations necessary for preventing collapse require engineering knowledge that incorporates principles of materials, science, and stress analysis that were not formally developed until the 20th century. The cultural context of the caves within ancient Chinese civilization adds anthropological depth to their technological mystery. The chamber's acoustic properties suggest possible uses for musical performances, religious ceremonies, or educational activities that required specific sound amplification characteristics. Some researchers propose that the caves functioned as training facilities for martial arts, meditation centers for Taoist practices, or storage areas for valuable materials that required protection from surface threats. The emotional resonance of exploring the Longyou caves transcends intellectual fascination with their construction techniques or historical significance. Walking through chambers that required decades of dangerous excavation work, standing within spaces that demonstrate human determination to create beauty and function in the most challenging possible conditions. Visitors encounter evidence of consciousness applied with such focus and dedication that it achieved seemingly impossible transformation of solid rock into architectural space. In the profound silence of the underground chambers, where artificial lighting reveals carved surfaces that have remained hidden from sunlight for countless centuries, the Longyou caves offer their most powerful teaching about the relationship between human intention and material reality. While China's caves hide evidence of forgotten industry, other sites reveal artistic achievements that defy technical explanation. In the remote wilderness of Australia's Kimberley region, where red earth meets endless skies, and time flows in rhythms that predate human memory by tens of thousands of years, ancient rock galleries preserve the world's oldest continuous artistic tradition in images that challenge every assumption about prehistoric human consciousness and possible contact with intelligences beyond terrestrial origin. The Wandjina paintings spread across cave walls and rock overhangs like messages from a distant epoch, depicting large-eyed beings with distinctive halos and anatomical features that bear no resemblance to any known earthly creatures, yet appear with startling consistency across vast geographical distances. These enigmatic figures gaze from sandstone walls with expressions that seem to transcend the limitations of primitive art. Their oversized eyes containing depths that suggest intelligence and awareness far beyond what orthodox archaeology attributes to Paleolithic consciousness. The Wandjina possess distinctly non-human characteristics, including disproportionately large heads, absent mouths, and radiating halo-like projections that surround their craniums in patterns that bear remarkable similarity to modern depictions of advanced technological headgear or energy fields. The antiquity of these paintings pushes the boundaries of human artistic achievement to limits that strain comfortable chronologies of cultural development. Radiocarbon dating of organic pigments and underlying rock surfaces suggests ages that may reach 60,000 years, predating the emergence of comparable artistic sophistication in other parts of the world by tens of millennia. If accurate, these dates imply that Australian Aboriginal consciousness achieved symbolic representation and complex artistic expression during periods when other human populations remained restricted to the most basic tool technologies. The technical sophistication demonstrated in Wandjina execution transcends conventional understanding of prehistoric artistic capabilities. The paintings employ advanced techniques including perspective, proportion, and color gradation that suggest formal artistic training and aesthetic traditions that developed sophisticated principles of visual representation. Some images incorporate what appear to be technological elements, including geometric patterns, mechanical devices, and symbols that bear no relationship to known Aboriginal material culture, yet appear with sufficient consistency to suggest deliberate iconographic meaning. The geographical distribution of Wandjina imagery across the Kimberley region reveals cultural coordination and knowledge-sharing systems that operated across enormous distances in landscapes that challenged survival using even the most sophisticated traditional technologies. The consistency of artistic style and iconographic elements across hundreds of sites, separated by thousands of square kilometers, implies communication networks and cultural institutions that preserved complex symbolic traditions across countless generations without written documentation. Aboriginal oral traditions preserved through 60 millennia of cultural continuity describe the Wandjina as sky beings who descended from the stars during the Dreamtime, bringing lore, knowledge, and cultural teachings to early human populations. These stories, maintained through the world's oldest continuous storytelling tradition, describe entities possessing advanced technology, including flying vehicles, energy weapons, and knowledge of astronomy and natural sciences that far exceeded indigenous capabilities. The oral accounts provide detailed descriptions that correspond remarkably well with modern concepts of extraterrestrial visitation. The iconographic consistency of Wandjina imagery creates puzzles that challenge conventional understanding of independent artistic development. Similar large-eyed, halo-crowned figures appear in rock art traditions throughout the world, including sites in Africa, Europe, and the Americas where no documented cultural contact could explain such remarkable artistic similarities. The global distribution of comparable imagery suggests either common extraterrestrial contact experiences or psychological archetypes that emerge independently when human consciousness achieves certain developmental thresholds. Recent archaeological discoveries in the Kimberley region continue to expand understanding of Aboriginal achievement, while raising new questions about the technological sophistication of Australian prehistoric cultures. Excavations reveal evidence of ocean navigation, astronomical knowledge, and sophisticated tool technologies that predate comparable achievements in other world regions by thousands of years. These findings support theories that Aboriginal civilization achieved remarkable advancement during periods that conventional timelines characterize as primitive hunter-gatherer existence. The preservation conditions in Australian rock shelters create both opportunities and challenges for studying these ancient artworks. The arid climate and protective overhangs maintain pigment integrity across archaeological timescales. Yet the remote locations and sacred status of many sites limit research access while requiring careful negotiation with traditional custodians who maintain spiritual connections to the images that span countless generations. The technological implications of Wandjina imagery extend beyond artistic achievement into realms that challenge fundamental assumptions about prehistoric human capabilities and possible contact with advanced intelligences. Some paintings include depictions of what appear to be mechanical devices, energy sources, and geometric patterns that bear striking resemblances to modern technology, including aircraft, electronic circuits, and atomic symbols. While such interpretations strain academic credibility, they address visual elements that resist explanation using conventional archaeological approaches. The psychological impact of encountering Wandjina paintings transcends intellectual curiosity about their age or cultural significance. Standing before images that may represent humanity's first artistic encounter with non-human intelligence, feeling the weight of 60,000 years of accumulated spiritual tradition, visitors experience connections to consciousness that operated according to principles that modern civilization has largely forgotten. The paintings seem to watch observers with awareness that transcends ordinary artistic representation. Modern scientific analysis, using techniques unavailable to previous investigators, continues to reveal new aspects of Wandjina's sophistication without resolving the fundamental mysteries surrounding their creation and meaning. Spectral analysis of pigments reveals knowledge of mineral chemistry that enabled color preservation across geological timescales, while computer enhancement of faded images exposes details that suggest even greater technological sophistication than previously recognized. The cultural context of Wandjina traditions within Aboriginal civilization demonstrates that these images represent integral components of knowledge systems that encompass astronomy, navigation, resource management, and spiritual practices that sustained sophisticated societies across some of Earth's most challenging environments. The paintings function as educational materials that preserve complex information using visual symbols that could be transmitted across generations without requiring literacy or formal educational institutions. The broader implications of Wandjina imagery challenge comfortable assumptions about the isolation and primitiveness of prehistoric human societies. If Australian Aboriginal consciousness achieved contact with advanced intelligences 60,000 years ago, similar encounters may have occurred throughout human prehistory, but failed to survive in the archaeological record due to less favorable preservation conditions or subsequent cultural disruption. In the profound silence of Kimberley rock shelters, where afternoon light slants across ancient walls to illuminate eyes that have watched from sandstone galleries for 60 millennia, the Wandjina offer their most powerful teaching about the relationship between human consciousness and cosmic intelligence. These paintings represent physical evidence that awareness capable of transcending terrestrial limitations has touched human civilization since its earliest emergence. As Australia's ancient artists reached toward the stars, other cultures built monuments that seem to respond to cosmic forces. In the humid embrace of South Florida, where limestone bedrock emerges from ancient seas, and magnetic anomalies create compass variations that confound navigation, stands a monument to human ingenuity that bridges the gap between ancient mysteries and modern achievement, while challenging every assumption about the limitations of individual capability and hidden knowledge. Coral Castle rises from the outskirts of Homestead like a meditation carved in stone, its massive blocks of coral rock fitted together with precision that rivals megalithic construction, yet created by a single man who claimed to understand the magnetic secrets that enabled pyramid builders to achieve their impossible feats. Edward Leedskalnin, a Latvian immigrant of slight build who stood barely 5 feet tall and weighed less than 100 pounds, spent over 20 years carving, moving, and positioning coral blocks that weigh up to 30 tons each, accomplishing his monumental task using only hand tools and techniques that he kept completely secret, despite working in full view of curious neighbors who never observed his actual construction methods. The coral blocks fit together with precision measured in fractions of inches, their surfaces polished to architectural smoothness using methods that produced no visible tool marks despite being shaped from solid limestone. The engineering achievements demonstrated at Coral Castle transcend conventional understanding of what individual human effort can accomplish using primitive tools and techniques. Leedskalnin somehow moved blocks weighing 15 times his own body weight, with precision that enabled him to balance massive stones on single points, create perfectly vertical walls from irregularly shaped coral chunks, and construct astronomical instruments that track celestial movements with accuracy comparable to professional observatories. The 9-ton gate that rotates at the touch of a finger demonstrates mechanical knowledge that incorporates principles of balance and bearing systems that rival modern precision engineering. The mystery deepens when considering Leedskalnin's own explanations for his achievement, which consistently referenced his understanding of magnetism, electricity, and cosmic forces that enabled him to make heavy stones light through application of principles that conventional physics considers impossible. He claimed to have rediscovered the secrets used by ancient pyramid builders, describing techniques that involved manipulation of Earth's magnetic field and gravitational forces. Through methods that he refused to explain in detail, but demonstrated through achievements that speak louder than any theoretical explanation. Leedskalnin's educational background provides no conventional foundation for the sophisticated knowledge his construction demonstrates. A 4th grade education and experience as a stonemason in Latvia offered no exposure to advanced physics, electrical engineering, or the mathematical principles that his coral placement suggests he understood with remarkable precision. His later studies included intensive research into magnetism and electricity, leading to theories about electromagnetic phenomena that anticipated many concepts not formally recognized by academic science until decades later. The astronomical alignments incorporated throughout Coral Castle reveal knowledge of celestial mechanics that rivals ancient observatory sites, while demonstrating that such understanding remained accessible to properly motivated individuals even in the modern era. The stone sundial tracks solar movements with precision that requires sophisticated understanding of Earth's rotation and orbital mechanics, while various structures align with stellar positions in ways that suggest either formal astronomical training or intuitive grasp of cosmic relationships that transcends conventional education. The tools and techniques employed in Coral Castle's construction remain completely mysterious, despite occurring in the 20th century under potential observation by neighbors, visitors, and local authorities. Leedskalnin worked exclusively at night, using carbide lanterns for illumination, claiming that darkness provided optimal conditions for his magnetic manipulation techniques. Witnesses reported hearing mechanical sounds during construction periods, yet no one ever observed the actual methods used for moving the massive coral blocks or positioning them with such remarkable precision. The electromagnetic anomalies documented at Coral Castle suggest that Leedskalnin may have achieved practical application of electromagnetic phenomena that conventional science considers purely theoretical. Compass readings vary significantly throughout the site, while some visitors report unusual effects on electronic devices and metal objects that suggest localized magnetic field modifications. These phenomena, while impossible to verify using conventional scientific methods, correspond to Leedskalnin's claims about magnetic manipulation techniques. The personal motivation behind Coral Castle adds emotional depth to its technological mystery. Ledskalnin created his monument as a testament to lost love, carving a stone throne for his Sweet 16, who had broken their engagement and disappeared from his life forever. The castle represents not just engineering achievement, but artistic expression of longing and dedication that transformed personal loss into permanent beauty, demonstrating how individual consciousness focused by powerful emotion can achieve seemingly impossible material transformation. Recent scientific investigation using techniques unavailable during Ledskalnin's lifetime continues to reveal anomalous properties that expand rather than resolve the mystery of his achievement. Ground-penetrating radar indicates unusual subsurface features that may represent foundation techniques unknown to conventional construction, while magnetometer surveys detect field variations that suggest either natural geological anomalies or artificial modifications that could support theories about electromagnetic manipulation methods. The broader implications of Coral Castle challenge assumptions about the accessibility of advanced knowledge and the individual potential for achieving remarkable feats using unconventional methods. If Ledskalnin succeeded in rediscovering principles used by ancient builders, similar knowledge may remain available to properly motivated researchers willing to explore approaches that orthodox science considers impossible or impractical. Modern attempts to understand Ledskalnin's techniques have produced theories ranging from sophisticated mechanical advantage systems to applications of electromagnetic levitation principles that anticipate technologies not yet fully developed by contemporary science. Some researchers propose that he achieved practical application of anti-gravity effects through manipulation of magnetic fields, while others suggest conventional explanations involving clever use of leverage, counterweights, and mechanical advantage that enabled remarkable achievements without violating known physical laws. The preservation challenges facing Coral Castle reflect broader questions about maintaining privately created monuments that demonstrate unconventional achievements outside the protection of institutional preservation systems. As South Florida development pressures increase and tourism impacts accelerate structural weathering, efforts to understand and preserve Ledskalnin's achievement become increasingly urgent while remaining complicated by the mystery surrounding his construction methods. The educational value of Coral Castle transcends its historical significance or tourist appeal to demonstrate that individual human consciousness, when properly focused and sustained, can achieve material transformations that challenge accepted limitations of personal capability. Ledskalnin's achievement serves as physical proof that hidden knowledge remains accessible to those willing to dedicate themselves completely to understanding principles that conventional education systems consider impossible or impractical. In the tropical nights when Coral Castle rests under star-filled skies that guided both its construction and its astronomical alignments, Ledskalnin's monument offers its most profound teaching about the relationship between consciousness, intention, and material reality. While modern mysteries echo ancient knowledge, prehistoric sites reveal evidence of technologies that challenge all historical assumptions. In the cedar-scented mountains of Lebanon, where ancient Phoenician traders once counted profits from purple dye and Roman legions marched to secure the empire's eastern frontier, lies an engineering mystery that humbles the greatest achievements of classical antiquity while challenging every assumption about the technological capabilities available to ancient civilizations. The Baalbek complex towers above the Bekaya Valley like a message written in stone by gods who possess knowledge of megalithic construction that exceeds anything humanity has achieved before or since, its foundation stones weighing over 1,000 tons, each yet positioned with precision that rivals modern construction techniques. The three massive blocks known as the Trilithon form the foundation of what the Romans called the Temple of Jupiter. Yet their construction clearly predates Roman engineering by centuries or millennia, representing achievements in stone cutting, transportation, and precision placement that challenge the fundamental assumptions of architectural history. Each stone measures approximately 64 feet in length, 14 feet in height, and 12 feet in width, creating monolithic blocks that dwarf any other worked stones in human construction while displaying cutting precision and surface finish that rivals modern masonry work. The quarry site, located less than a mile from the temple complex, contains even larger stones that were prepared for construction but never transported to their intended positions. The stone of the pregnant woman weighs an estimated 1,000 tons, while the recently discovered stone of the south may exceed 1,200 tons, making it the largest worked stone in human history. These massive blocks were cut from bedrock using techniques that left no tool marks despite achieving dimensional precision that would challenge contemporary stone cutting technology. The transportation mystery transcends any conventional understanding of ancient heavy lifting capabilities. Moving stones weighing over 1,000 tons would require lifting capacity that exceeds any crane or mechanical device available to pre-industrial civilizations, while the precision placement achieved in the foundation suggests construction techniques that could position these massive blocks with tolerances measured in fractions of inches. The stones fit together so perfectly that mortar becomes unnecessary, creating joints that remain stable after 2 millennia of seismic activity in a geologically active region. Roman construction techniques, while sophisticated for their historical period, could not have achieved the megalithic foundation work that supports their temple superstructure. Roman engineering excelled at creating magnificent buildings using relatively small stones, advanced mortar systems, and architectural principles that distributed weight through arches and vaults. Yet they possessed no technology capable of handling single blocks, weighing hundreds of times more than anything in their conventional construction repertoire. Local Lebanese traditions preserve memories of the site's pre-Roman construction that conventional archaeology dismisses as mythology, yet offers the only available explanations for achievements that exceed documented ancient capabilities. Arab historians describe the original builders as a race of giants possessing supernatural strength, while local folklore speaks of stones that moved through the air at the command of King Solomon, who allegedly employed jinn and other supernatural beings to accomplish construction projects impossible for human laborers. The precision of the megalithic construction suggests engineering knowledge that incorporates principles of structural mechanics, materials science, and heavy lifting technology that were not formally developed until the Industrial Revolution. The foundation stones bear the full weight of the massive temple superstructure while distributing loads in ways that prevent settlement or structural failure despite centuries of earthquakes that have damaged more recent construction throughout the region. Modern engineering analysis reveals that moving and positioning the Baalbek stones would challenge contemporary heavy lifting equipment operating under optimal conditions. The largest mobile cranes available today have maximum lifting capacities that approach but do not exceed the weights of the largest Baalbek blocks. While positioning such massive stones with the precision achieved in the ancient construction would require computer-controlled placement systems and laser guidance technology that enable millimeter-accurate positioning. The implications for understanding ancient technological capabilities extend far beyond questions of heavy lifting techniques into realms that challenge fundamental assumptions about the linear progression of human engineering knowledge. If ancient builders possessed the ability to work with 1,000-ton stones, other aspects of their technology may have achieved comparable sophistication in areas where archaeological evidence remains invisible or has been misinterpreted by conventional analysis. The acoustic properties of the Baalbek complex reveal additional sophistication that suggests the megalithic foundation was designed with specific sound amplification characteristics in mind. The massive stones create resonance chambers that amplify human voices and musical instruments in ways that transform ordinary speech into profound acoustic experiences, while certain frequencies seem to activate harmonic responses from the stone structures themselves. Recent archaeological investigation using ground-penetrating radar and three-dimensional mapping reveals that the visible megalithic construction represents only the surface portion of foundation systems that extend deep into the bedrock. The subsurface architecture demonstrates engineering sophistication that rivals or exceeds the visible stonework, while requiring excavation and construction techniques that multiply the already impossible logistical challenges of the surface construction. The cultural context of Baalbek within ancient Near Eastern civilization adds historical depth to its technological mystery. The site served as a major religious center for thousands of years, attracting pilgrims from throughout the Mediterranean world, who came to worship at temples that seemed to touch the heavens through their massive scale and architectural grandeur. The investment of resources required for such monumental construction suggests economic and social organization systems that could mobilize enormous human effort toward projects that transcended practical necessity. The preservation challenges facing the Baalbek complex reflect broader questions about protecting archaeological sites that exceed normal conservation capabilities. The massive foundation stones require specialized monitoring and maintenance techniques that can address structural issues unique to megalithic construction, while tourism impacts and regional political instability threaten ongoing research and preservation efforts. The emotional impact of standing before the Baalbek stones transcends intellectual fascination with their construction techniques or historical significance. These megalithic foundations create overwhelming sensations of human insignificance while simultaneously inspiring awe at consciousness, capable of envisioning and implementing projects that seem to exceed the limitations of individual or even collective human capability. In the Lebanese twilight, when tour groups depart and the massive stones rest in solitude beneath mountain stars that witnessed their original placement, the Baalbek Trilithon offers its most profound teaching about the relationship between human ambition and material achievement. Beyond individual impossible stones, entire cultures achieved feats that suggest knowledge systems completely alien to modern understanding. in the humid jungles of Mexico's Gulf Coast, where ancient rivers wind through landscapes that have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations whose names remain lost to time. 17 colossal stone heads emerge from the green shadows like sentinels from an impossible past. These monumental sculptures, carved by the enigmatic Olmec civilization over 3,000 years ago, gaze across the tropical lowlands with distinctly African facial features that challenge every accepted narrative about pre-Columbian isolation and the peopling of the Americas, their presence suggesting transoceanic contact and cultural exchange that conventional archaeology considers impossible for the time periods involved. The largest of these basalt giants reaches 11 feet in height and weighs over 40 tons. Its features rendered with artistic sophistication that demonstrates mastery of large-scale sculpture, rivaling any achievement in world art history. Each head displays unique individual characteristics, including distinctive headdresses, facial expressions, and physiological details that suggest portrait representations of specific rulers or religious figures rather than generic artistic types, implying sophisticated artistic traditions that incorporated realistic representation and personal identification in ways that predate comparable achievements in European sculpture. The facial characteristics carved into these colossal heads present anthropological puzzles that strain conventional theories about ancient American population genetics and cultural isolation. The sculptures display broad noses, full lips, and cranial proportions that correspond more closely to sub-Saharan African physiognomy than to any known indigenous American populations, while certain heads incorporate features that suggest possible Asian or Mediterranean influences as well. The anatomical accuracy and consistency of these non-American characteristics across multiple sculptures suggests intentional representation rather than artistic stylization or coincidental resemblance. The logistics of creating such massive sculptures using tools and techniques available to Bronze Age Mesoamerican civilizations demonstrate engineering capabilities that challenge understanding of Olmec technological development. The basalt source lies over 60 miles from the sites where the heads were discovered, requiring transportation of multi-ton finished sculptures across jungle terrain, using methods that remain completely mysterious. The precision carving achieved on such hard stone suggests cutting and polishing techniques that required sophisticated tool technology and considerable time investment by highly skilled artisans. The dating of Olmec civilization pushes these sculptural achievements back to periods when conventional wisdom suggests that American populations remained restricted to relatively simple hunting and gathering societies with minimal artistic development. Radiocarbon dating places the head's creation between 1200 and 400 BCE, making them contemporary with early Greek sculpture, yet seemingly emerging from cultural contexts that lacked the social complexity and artistic traditions that supported comparable achievements in the Mediterranean world. The technological sophistication required for moving and positioning such massive sculptures transcends conventional understanding of Olmec transportation capabilities. Moving 40-ton basalt heads across 60 miles of jungle terrain would challenge modern heavy equipment, while the precision placement achieved at ceremonial sites suggests lifting and positioning techniques that enabled exact placement according to astronomical alignments and architectural planning principles that demonstrate sophisticated engineering knowledge. The broader cultural context of Olmec civilization reveals achievements that extend far beyond monumental sculpture into realms of astronomy, mathematics, and urban planning that anticipate later Mesoamerican developments by centuries, while apparently emerging without clear antecedents in earlier American cultures. Olmec sites demonstrate knowledge of precise calendar systems, sophisticated hydraulic engineering, and complex social organization that supported populations large enough to undertake massive construction projects requiring coordination of resources and labor across extended time periods. The geographical distribution of African-featured sculpture throughout Mesoamerica suggests cultural contact and influence that extended beyond isolated Olmec territories into broader regional networks that may have included transoceanic connections with African civilizations. Similar sculptural styles and physiognomic characteristics appear in later Maya and other Mesoamerican artistic traditions, implying either continued cultural contact or persistent artistic influences that maintained African stylistic elements across centuries of independent development. Recent archaeological discoveries continue to expand understanding of Olmec achievement while raising new questions about their origins and possible cultural connections with distant civilizations. DNA analysis of ancient skeletal remains from Olmec sites has produced controversial results that some researchers interpret as supporting African genetic influences, while others maintain that existing data supports conventional theories about exclusively Asian origins for pre-Columbian American populations. The artistic techniques employed in creating the colossal heads demonstrate knowledge of sculptural principles, including proportion, perspective, and anatomical accuracy that rivals any achievement in world art history, while apparently emerging without clear developmental antecedents in earlier American traditions. The consistency of artistic style and technical execution across multiple sculptures suggests formal artistic training systems and aesthetic traditions that preserved sophisticated sculptural knowledge across generations of master craftsmen. The preservation conditions in tropical Mexican environments create both opportunities and challenges for studying these ancient sculptures. The humid climate accelerates weathering processes that obscure surface details while promoting biological growth that can damage stone surfaces. Yet the same conditions that threaten preservation also protect against some forms of mechanical damage while creating chemical processes that may preserve organic materials associated with the sculptures. The broader implications of Olmec artistic achievement challenge fundamental assumptions about the development of complex societies in the Americas and their possible connections with Old World civilizations. If Olmec sculptors possessed knowledge of African physiognomy sufficient to create accurate portrait representations, their civilization may have maintained transoceanic contact networks that conventional theories about pre-Columbian isolation, modern attempts to understand Olmec transportation and construction techniques have produced theories ranging from sophisticated mechanical advantage systems to organized labor forces that could move massive stones using coordinated human effort. Yet none adequately explain how Bronze Age civilizations achieved precision placement of multi-ton sculptures without mechanical lifting devices or advanced engineering systems. The emotional impact of encountering these colossal heads transcends academic debates about their cultural significance or technological achievement. Standing before sculptures that seem to watch with eyes that hold memories of civilizations lost to time, feeling the weight of artistic vision that could transform massive stones into human likenesses that speak across millennia. Visitors encounter physical evidence of consciousness capable of creating beauty that transcends the limitations of available technology through dedication and skill that approaches the miraculous. In the jungle twilight, when tropical sounds replace human voices and the colossal heads rest in solitude beneath canopies that have sheltered them for 3 millennia, these Olmec monuments offer their most profound teaching about the interconnectedness of human civilization and the possibility that knowledge, artistic traditions, and cultural influences have traveled between continents across far greater spans of time than conventional history acknowledges. As stone faces hint at lost connections between continents, other artifacts suggest technologies that transcend current understanding. In the dusty repositories of the Baghdad Museum, where ceramic fragments and corroded metal artifacts preserve traces of Mesopotamian achievement stretching back to the dawn of civilization, a modest clay jar holds secrets that challenge every assumption about the technological sophistication available to ancient peoples. The Baghdad Battery, discovered in 1936 near the Iraqi capital, consists of a terracotta vessel containing a copper cylinder and an iron rod that, when filled with acidic solution, generates electrical current with reliability that suggests practical applications rather than accidental discovery, implying knowledge of electrochemistry that supposedly remained unknown until Alessandro Volta's experiments in the late 18th century. The device itself appears deceptively simple, a 5-inch clay jar sealed with asphalt and containing a copper sheet rolled into a cylinder that encases an iron rod suspended without touching the copper walls. When filled with vinegar, wine, or any other acidic solution readily available to ancient civilizations, the apparatus generates approximately 1 volt of electrical current through electrochemical reactions that demonstrate practical understanding of galvanic principles that orthodox science credits to much later periods of human intellectual development. The archaeological context of the Baghdad Battery places its creation during the Parthian period, roughly 250 BCE to 250 CE, when Mesopotamian civilization had achieved remarkable sophistication in metallurgy, astronomy, and engineering, yet supposedly remained ignorant of electrical phenomena beyond static electricity generated by rubbing amber. The battery's discovery among artifacts that include sophisticated metalwork suggests integration into technological systems that may have required electrical power for unknown applications. Similar devices have been discovered throughout the region, indicating that electrochemical knowledge achieved widespread distribution rather than representing isolated experimental discoveries. Multiple examples found in various archaeological contexts suggest practical applications that required reliable electrical generation, while the consistent design principles across different sites imply standardized manufacturing techniques that preserved electrochemical knowledge across generations of craftsmen who understood the principles involved, even if they lacked modern theoretical frameworks for explaining them. The most compelling theories about ancient electrical applications focus on electroplating processes that could explain the remarkable quality of ancient Middle Eastern metalwork. Archaeologists have discovered gold-plated artifacts from Mesopotamian sites that display uniformity and precision, difficult to achieve using conventional plating techniques available to ancient metallurgists. While some objects show evidence of electrical processing, modern replication experiments demonstrate that Baghdad batteries can indeed generate sufficient electrical current for electroplating applications, producing gold and silver surface treatments that match the quality observed on ancient artifacts. The process requires sophisticated understanding of electrical principles, chemical solutions, and metallurgical techniques that exceed what conventional archaeology attributes to Parthian civilization. Yet the physical evidence suggests that such knowledge was not only available, but practically applied to create decorative and functional metalwork. The implications for understanding ancient technological capabilities extend far beyond simple electrochemical applications into realms that challenge fundamental assumptions about the pace and direction of human technological development. If ancient civilizations possessed practical knowledge of electrical generation and application, other aspects of their technology may have achieved comparable sophistication in areas where archaeological evidence remains invisible or has been misinterpreted by conventional analysis. The preservation of electrical knowledge through oral traditions and practical training systems demonstrates that sophisticated technical understanding can survive across centuries without written documentation or formal educational institutions. Master craftsmen may have preserved electrochemical knowledge through guild systems and apprenticeship traditions that maintained practical applications while lacking theoretical frameworks for explaining the underlying physical principles involved. Recent archaeological discoveries continue to expand evidence for ancient electrical knowledge, while raising new questions about the scope and sophistication of prehistoric technological achievements. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of ancient sites have revealed installation patterns that some researchers interpret as evidence of electrical distribution systems, while certain artifacts display properties that suggest possible applications of electrical phenomena in ways that remain mysterious to modern investigation. The cultural context of ancient electrical knowledge within Mesopotamian civilization reveals integration into religious and ceremonial systems that may have employed electrical effects for purposes that transcended practical metallurgy. Some researchers propose that electrical generation was incorporated into temple rituals, healing practices, or spiritual ceremonies that used controlled electrical phenomena to create psychological and physiological effects that enhanced religious experiences. The technological sophistication required for practical electrical applications implies scientific understanding that encompasses chemistry, metallurgy, and electrical theory. Creating reliable electrical devices requires knowledge of metal properties, chemical reactions, and electrical principles that supposedly remained undiscovered until the scientific revolution of the 17th and 18th centuries. Modern scientific analysis reveals that the Baghdad battery incorporates design principles that optimize electrical generation while minimizing corrosion and structural degradation that would reduce long-term reliability. The selection of materials, proportions, and construction techniques demonstrates engineering knowledge that anticipated problems and incorporated solutions, using methods that suggest considerable experience with electrical device construction and operation. The broader implications of ancient electrical knowledge challenge comfortable assumptions about the linear progression of human technological achievement and the uniqueness of modern scientific understanding. If electrical phenomena were practically understood and applied by ancient civilizations, the supposed advancement of contemporary technology may represent recovery of knowledge rather than original discovery of new principles. The emotional resonance of confronting ancient electrical devices transcends intellectual fascination with their technical specifications or historical significance. Holding a clay jar that generated electrical current 2,000 years ago, contemplating the unknown applications that justified its creation and the lost knowledge that enabled its construction, visitors encounter physical evidence that consciousness applied with sufficient dedication can achieve understanding of natural principles regardless of theoretical frameworks or educational institutions. In the quiet moments when museum galleries close and the Baghdad battery rests in its protective case, shielded from the electrical fields that surround modern life, yet once generating current in ancient workshops where craftsmen applied knowledge that conventional history considers impossible. This modest artifact continues to challenge fundamental assumptions about human technological potential and the persistence of knowledge across the rise and fall of civilizations. While electricity flows through ancient circuits, other mysteries manifest in the realm of impossible preservation. In the silent chambers where time surrenders its dominion over flesh and bone, human forms rest in states that mock death's ancient certainty. These are the impossible preserved saints, whose skin remains soft as silk despite centuries of interment. Bog mummies whose cellular structure defies millennia of submersion. Their preservation whispers of forces that transcend the boundaries of known chemistry, creating enigmas that challenge every assumption about mortality's inevitable triumph over mortal clay. The Chinchorro mummies of Chile's Atacama Desert emerged from their sandy graves, bearing testament to preservation techniques that surpassed Egyptian methods by over 2,000 years. These ancient embalmers achieved results that modern science struggles to replicate, their artificially preserved forms demonstrating sophisticated understanding of anatomical processes that produced bodies capable of withstanding millennia without significant deterioration. The techniques involved complete organ removal, treatment with natural preservatives, and reconstruction using clay, reeds, and plant fibers that created lifelike forms more durable than their living counterparts. In the acidic embrace of European peat bogs, where organic matter typically dissolves within decades, human bodies achieve preservation so perfect that forensic scientists can determine their final meals and reconstruct their faces with photographic accuracy. Tolland man gazes from his bog grave with eyes that seem to hold consciousness still, his facial features so pristine that visitors often step back in startled recognition of humanity staring from across 2 millennia. The chemical environment that preserved him, acidic water, anaerobic conditions, and specific mineral content, occurs in countless other bogs where bodies decompose normally, suggesting unknown factors that science cannot yet identify. The phenomenon of incorruptible saints presents even more mysterious preservation that operates beyond environmental explanations. Saint Bernadette of Lourdes exhumed 30 years after burial in a simple wooden coffin, displayed no signs of decomposition despite interment without embalming in conditions that typically accelerate decay. Her body remained flexible, skin retained natural coloration, and facial features appeared unchanged from the moment of death. Medical examinations found no evidence of artificial preservation, while confirming the complete absence of normal decomposition processes. These preservation mysteries occur across different climates, burial practices, and historical periods, yet consistently produce results that exceed anything achievable through known techniques available during their respective eras. The bodies seem to exist in states suspended between life and death, their cellular structure maintained through processes that conventional biochemistry considers impossible yet demonstrably real. The Capuchin catacombs of Palermo display over 8,000 naturally mummified bodies that illustrate various preservation techniques, achieving remarkable results through combinations of natural environmental conditions and traditional preparation practices. The preservation ranges from complete mummification to partial remains, creating a gallery that demonstrates different approaches to defeating death's temporal limitations while preserving physical forms that connect the living with those who passed before. Scientific analysis reveals that natural mummification involves complex chemical interactions between body chemistry, environmental conditions, and unknown factors that rarely occur accidentally yet sometimes produce preservation effects exceeding deliberate embalming efforts. The precise combinations of temperature, humidity, air circulation, and chemical environment required for such preservation suggest processes that operate according to principles not yet fully understood by modern preservation science. The psychological impact of encountering perfectly preserved remains transcends academic curiosity about chemical processes or archaeological significance. Standing before faces that retain the expressions of their final moments, observing hands that seem capable of movement despite centuries of stillness, visitors confront profound mysteries about the relationship between consciousness and physical form that dissolve comfortable boundaries between past and present. Recent discoveries continue revealing naturally preserved remains in unexpected locations and conditions, expanding understanding while raising new questions about preservation frequency and environmental factors. Some sites yield multiple preserved bodies under circumstances that suggest either remarkable coincidence or unknown mechanisms promoting preservation through processes that remain mysterious to contemporary investigation. The cultural significance of preserved bodies within various civilizations demonstrates universal human fascination with transcending mortality's limitations. While maintaining physical connections with ancestors whose presence extends beyond normal death, these remains serve as bridges between worlds, evidence that consciousness leaves traces in matter itself that sometimes resist the dissolution claiming most organic forms. Modern research into natural preservation processes seeks to understand and replicate the chemical conditions that produce such remarkable results, with implications for medical research, organ preservation, and forensic science. Ancient preservation techniques provide insights that may revolutionize contemporary approaches, while revealing principles that prehistoric peoples understood through practical application rather than theoretical frameworks. The broader questions raised by incorruptible bodies touch fundamental mysteries about consciousness, identity, and the relationship between mind and matter. Some researchers propose that psychological or spiritual states may influence post-mortem preservation through mechanisms that conventional science has yet to identify, suggesting connections between mental conditions and physical preservation that transcend current understanding. The preservation challenges facing ancient mummies and incorruptible bodies reflect broader questions about maintaining organic archaeological materials in environments that promote continued preservation while enabling scientific study. Climate control, contamination prevention, and handling protocols must balance research access with conservation requirements that protect irreplaceable evidence of preservation phenomena that may never occur again under similar circumstances. The technological implications of understanding natural preservation extend into modern fields seeking to replicate naturally occurring effects using controlled laboratory conditions. The study of ancient preservation techniques provides insights that may revolutionize modern approaches to tissue preservation, while revealing principles that ancient peoples understood through practical application rather than theoretical knowledge. In the hushed galleries, where preserved forms rest in climate-controlled peace, these defiers of death offer their most powerful teaching about the mysterious relationship between consciousness and physical form. Their perfect preservation across centuries or millennia speaks to forces that operate beyond ordinary biochemistry, suggesting that human awareness may leave traces in matter itself that sometimes achieve victory over time's relentless advance, creating permanent monuments to individual lives that transcend normal mortality through preservation mysteries that connect ancient wisdom with eternal questions about the nature of existence itself. Beyond the transformation of matter, ancient mysteries extend into the realm of consciousness and perception. In the hushed archives of Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, where Ottoman treasures preserve the accumulated wisdom of empires that once spanned 3 continents, rests a fragment of parchment that challenges every assumption about the scope of ancient geographical knowledge and the possibility that prehistoric civilizations achieved understanding of Earth's true dimensions centuries before Columbus stumbled toward the Americas in search of spice routes to the Orient. The Piri race map, drawn in 1530 by the Turkish admiral whose name it bears, depicts coastlines and geographical features with startling accuracy that suggests access to source materials far older and more comprehensive than any known cartographic tradition. The map's most enigmatic feature lies in its detailed representation of Antarctica's coastline as it exists beneath the ice sheets that have concealed the continent's true geography for millions of years. The depicted coastline corresponds with remarkable precision to the actual continental shelf revealed by modern seismic surveys and satellite mapping, showing geographical details that remained unknown to contemporary science until the International Geophysical Year of 1957-1958, when advanced surveying techniques first penetrated the ice to map the hidden landmass beneath. Reis himself acknowledged that his map represented a compilation of older source materials, including charts attributed to Christopher Columbus and ancient maps of unknown origin that allegedly dated to the time of Alexander the Great or even earlier periods. The admiral's own notations describe his synthesis of over 20 different cartographic sources, some of which he claimed possessed geographical knowledge that exceeded anything available to 16th century navigators, despite their supposedly primitive origins. The precision of geographical detail depicted on the Piri Reis map transcends what conventional understanding attributes to ancient or medieval cartographic capabilities. The coastlines of South America and Africa show longitude and latitude relationships that require sophisticated understanding of spherical geometry and navigational mathematics, while the positioning of islands and geographical features demonstrates knowledge of global geography that supposedly remained undiscovered until the age of exploration reached its culmination centuries later. The technological requirements for creating such accurate global mapping challenge assumptions about ancient navigational capabilities and geographical exploration. Determining longitude with the precision demonstrated on the Piri Reis map requires chronometric instruments and astronomical observation techniques that were not officially developed until the 18th century, while mapping Antarctica's ice-free coastline would necessitate either advanced remote sensing capabilities or direct exploration during periods when the continent remained accessible to surface navigation. Modern computer analysis of the map's projection system reveals mathematical sophistication that anticipates cartographic techniques not formally developed until the modern era. The map appears to use a type of azimuthal projection that accurately represents spherical geography on flat surfaces using mathematical principles that require advanced understanding of trigonometry and spherical geometry. The historical implications of accurate prehistoric world maps challenge fundamental assumptions about the isolation and technological limitations of ancient civilizations. If source materials for the Piri Reis map indeed originated from periods predating known exploration and discovery, their existence suggests global navigation and mapping traditions that achieved comprehensive geographical knowledge through methods that remain completely mysterious to modern investigation. Recent analysis using geographic information systems and satellite imagery confirms the map's accuracy while revealing additional details that were not fully appreciated until advanced cartographic techniques became available. The correlation between depicted coastlines and actual geography exceeds what coincidence could explain, while certain features show knowledge of geographical relationships that require global surveying capabilities far beyond what orthodox history attributes to any ancient civilization. The preservation of ancient geographical knowledge through manuscript traditions demonstrates that sophisticated technical information can survive across centuries through copying and compilation processes that maintain accuracy despite potential errors introduced by individual scribes. The cartographic tradition that produced the Piri Reis map apparently preserved geographical knowledge that originated from much earlier periods, while adding contemporary information that updated ancient knowledge with modern discoveries. The cultural context of Ottoman cartography reveals access to manuscript traditions that encompassed Greek, Arabic, Persian, and other intellectual heritage systems that preserved ancient knowledge through institutional libraries and scholarly networks that transcended political boundaries. The Ottoman Empire's position at the crossroads between Europe, Asia, and Africa provided access to diverse cartographic traditions that may have included sources completely unknown to Western European exploration and discovery. The broader implications of accurate ancient world maps extend beyond geographical knowledge into realms that challenge understanding of prehistoric technological capabilities and possible global communication systems. The existence of comprehensive world maps in ancient times implies either direct exploration and surveying capabilities that conventional archaeology considers impossible, or access to information through unknown means that enabled accurate geographical knowledge without physical exploration. The technological sophistication required for global mapping includes not only navigational and surveying capabilities, but also organizational systems capable of coordinating information from multiple expeditions across vast distances and time periods. Creating accurate world maps requires institutional knowledge preservation systems that can maintain cartographic accuracy across generations while incorporating new discoveries with existing geographical frameworks. The mystery deepens when considering the apparent loss of geographical knowledge that the ancient source materials represented. If prehistoric civilizations possessed comprehensive world maps, the subsequent loss of this knowledge suggests either catastrophic disruption of civilization or deliberate concealment of geographical information that was considered too sensitive or dangerous for general knowledge. Recent discoveries of other ancient maps and geographical texts continue to support theories about extensive prehistoric geographical knowledge while raising new questions about the scope and origins of ancient cartographic traditions. Some manuscripts describe geographical features and navigation routes that suggest global travel and communication networks operating during periods when conventional history considers such achievements impossible. The emotional impact of confronting accurate ancient geographical knowledge transcends intellectual fascination with cartographic history or navigation techniques. The Piri Reis map represents physical evidence that human consciousness achieved comprehensive understanding of Earth's true dimensions and geographical relationships during periods when official history considers such knowledge impossible, suggesting possibilities for ancient achievement that challenge every comfortable assumption about the progressive nature of human knowledge on the uniqueness of modern technological capability. While maps reveal lost geographical knowledge, other artifacts hint at mastery over the fundamental forces of matter. In the shadow-filled laboratories of medieval Europe, where candlelight flickered across brass instruments and the acrid smoke of countless experiments hung heavy in chambers lined with arcane texts, generations of seekers pursued humanity's most elusive dream: the transmutation of base metals into gold through mastery of nature's deepest secrets. The Philosopher's Stone emerged from these crucibles of ambition, not merely as a legendary artifact, but as the ultimate symbol of consciousness applied with such relentless focus that matter itself might bend to human will, transforming lead into gold, and perhaps transforming the seeker in ways far more profound than mere material wealth could accomplish. The alchemical tradition spans over 2 millennia of documented human endeavor, from the workshops of Hellenistic Alexandria to the private laboratories of Renaissance masters like Paracelsus and John Dee, each generation building upon cryptic texts that encoded knowledge in symbolic languages designed to protect dangerous secrets from the unworthy while preserving essential principles for properly prepared minds. These scholars worked at the intersection of chemistry and spirituality, seeking not only material transformation, but personal enlightenment through understanding the fundamental forces that govern both physical matter and human consciousness. Nicolas Flamel, the 14th century Parisian scribe, whose name became synonymous with successful alchemical achievement, allegedly accomplished the great work after decades of studying a mysterious book acquired under circumstances that suggest providence rather than chance. Contemporary accounts describe his sudden transformation from modest bookseller to philanthropist of enormous wealth, funding churches and hospitals through means that neighbours whispered involved the successful creation of the Philosopher's Stone. His house on Rue de Montmorency still stands, its carved symbols hinting at knowledge that conventional history considers purely mythological. The documented cases of witness transmutation strain credibility, yet persist across centuries from sources that include respected scholars, nobility, and clergy who state their reputations on extraordinary claims. Van Helmont, the renowned physician, described watching an unknown adept transform mercury into gold using a tiny portion of mysterious powder, while similar accounts appear in the records of multiple European courts where alchemists demonstrated their art before skeptical audiences who verified the authenticity of the resulting precious metals through the most rigorous testing available to their eras. Modern scientific analysis of alleged alchemical gold reveals isotopic signatures that differ from naturally occurring deposits, suggesting artificial production through processes that remain unexplained by conventional chemistry. Some samples display crystalline structures and trace element compositions that would require nuclear reactions to achieve, implying either sophisticated fraud using techniques beyond medieval capabilities or genuine atomic transmutation accomplished through methods that anticipate 20th century physics by several centuries. The symbolic language of alchemy preserves detailed procedural descriptions encoded in metaphorical frameworks that protected practitioners from persecution, while maintaining technical precision across generations of copyists. The marriage of sulfur and mercury under the influence of salt describes chemical processes using terminology that modern chemistry recognizes as accurate descriptions of oxidation, reduction, and crystallization reactions, while the 7 planetary metals correspond to actual chemical elements and their relationships in ways that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of atomic properties. The psychological dimension of alchemical practice reveals that practitioners understood the intimate connection between consciousness and matter, recognizing that successful transmutation required not only technical knowledge but personal transformation that aligned the operator's mental state with the natural processes being manipulated. The great work demanded purification of both substances and practitioner, suggesting that consciousness itself served as a catalyst in reactions that transcended purely mechanical chemistry. Recent discoveries in quantum physics provide theoretical frameworks that could explain alchemical achievements through mechanisms that medieval practitioners intuited without formal scientific language. Research into zero-point energy, quantum tunneling effects, and consciousness mediated physical phenomena suggests possibilities for matter manipulation that operate beyond classical chemistry while remaining consistent with advanced quantum mechanical principles that alchemists may have accessed through empirical experimentation. The technological implications of successful alchemical transmutation extend far beyond precious metal production into realms that encompass energy generation, materials science, and fundamental physics applications that could revolutionize contemporary technology. If alchemists achieved genuine atomic transmutation, their methods might provide insights into cold fusion processes, room temperature, superconductivity, and other phenomena that current science considers theoretically possible but practically unachievable. The emotional resonance of alchemical pursuit transcends material ambition to touch the deepest human desires for understanding and control over natural forces that seem to operate according to laws that consciousness can influence through proper knowledge and dedication. The laboratory becomes a sacred space where the seeker encounters the fundamental mystery of existence itself, the relationship between mind and matter that determines whether reality remains fixed or yields to properly applied intention. The preservation of alchemical knowledge through guild systems and master-apprentice relationships demonstrates that sophisticated technical understanding can survive across centuries despite persecution and suppression by authorities who feared the social implications of transmutational capabilities. The scattered fragments of alchemical texts that survived the destructions of war and religious intolerance suggest that complete treatises may have contained detailed instructions for achievements that would transform contemporary understanding of chemistry and physics. The broader questions raised by alchemical tradition challenge comfortable assumptions about the boundaries between subjective consciousness and objective physical reality, suggesting that human awareness may play active roles in determining the behavior of matter at levels that transcend conventional scientific methodology. The alchemical worldview proposes that the universe responds to consciousness in ways that make transformation possible through understanding rather than force. In the profound silence of abandoned laboratories, where alchemical apparatus rusts in darkness and ancient texts crumble to dust, the tradition whispers its deepest teaching about the unity of seeker and sought, transformer and transformed. The true philosopher's stone may never have been an external substance, but rather a state of consciousness that achieves such perfect understanding of natural laws that matter itself becomes malleable to properly focused intention. Beyond the transformation of matter, ancient mysteries extend into the realm of consciousness and perception, deep beneath the silver-rich mountains of Tuawa, where ancient volcanic forces sculpted chambers from living rock and geothermal waters carved galleries through the Earth's hidden architecture, lies a realm that challenges every assumption about the relationship between natural processes and supernatural beauty. The crystal cave of giants stretches through solid limestone like a cathedral designed by planetary consciousness itself, its walls lined with selenite crystals that reach lengths of 36 feet and widths that require multiple humans linking arms to circumscribe, creating transparent pillars that seem to bridge the gap between earthly matter and crystalline light, made manifest in mineral form. The formation of these impossible crystals violates every principle of conventional crystallography, which holds that large, perfect crystals require stable conditions maintained across geological timescales that rarely occur in nature. Yet here, 500 feet beneath the desert surface, crystal formations achieve sizes that exceed anything previously documented by mineralogy, while maintaining optical clarity that transforms the cavern into a hall of mirrors where reality fractures into infinite reflections that confuse the eye and humble the understanding. The environmental conditions within the cave system create an otherworldly atmosphere that approaches the limits of human endurance, while providing the precise chemical and thermal requirements necessary for crystal growth on such unprecedented scales. Temperatures reach 136 degrees Fahrenheit, with humidity levels that saturate the air until breathing becomes a conscious effort, while mineral-rich groundwater maintains chemical concentrations that enable continued crystal growth at rates that challenge conventional geological timelines. The selenite formations display properties that transcend ordinary mineral classification, achieving transparency so perfect that light passes through 30-foot columns without significant distortion, while maintaining structural integrity that supports their enormous weight without fracturing under gravitational stress. The crystals demonstrate optical qualities that rival manufactured glass, while exhibiting internal structures that create prismatic effects impossible to achieve through artificial means, suggesting formation processes that operate according to principles not yet understood by contemporary geology. The discovery of the caves in 2000 revealed chambers that had remained sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, preserving pristine crystal formations that developed in isolation from surface conditions that might have disrupted their growth patterns. The sealed environment created perfect laboratory conditions for studying crystal formation under controlled natural circumstances. Yet the results challenge rather than confirm existing theories about how such massive crystals could achieve formation and preservation. Scientific investigation reveals that the crystal formation process requires precise combinations of temperature, mineral concentration, and time that rarely coincide in natural settings. Yet the Nazca caves demonstrate that such conditions can be maintained across geological periods, sufficient for crystals to achieve sizes that approach the theoretical limits of structural stability. The formations represent natural achievements that push crystallography into realms previously considered purely theoretical. The psychological impact of entering the crystal chambers transcends scientific fascination with their formation mechanisms or mineralogical significance. Human visitors become dwarfed by transparent monuments that seem to pulse with inner light, creating experiences of scale and beauty that dissolve ordinary perceptions of reality, while inducing altered states of consciousness that range from profound spiritual experiences to overwhelming sensory disorientation that requires careful management to prevent psychological trauma. Recent geological analysis using advanced dating techniques reveals that the crystal formation period coincided with specific climatic and geological conditions that created optimal environments for growth while preventing disruption that would have halted the process. The timing suggests that crystal formation required not only appropriate chemical conditions, but also geological stability that protected the caves from seismic activity and groundwater fluctuations that would have interrupted growth patterns. The preservation challenges facing the crystal caves reflect broader questions about maintaining natural wonders that exist at the limits of environmental stability, while enabling scientific study that could unlock secrets of crystal formation processes. The caves require constant climate control to prevent crystal degradation, while limiting human access to preserve formations that represent millions of years of natural architecture that cannot be replicated or restored once damaged. The broader implications of the crystal caves extend beyond geology into realms that challenge understanding of natural processes and their relationship to consciousness. Mediated phenomena. Some researchers propose that the caves demonstrate natural manifestations of principles that consciousness can influence through focused intention, suggesting connections between mental states and crystal formation that transcend conventional scientific methodology. The technological applications of understanding natural crystal formation could revolutionize fields ranging from electronics to energy storage, with implications for quantum computing, optical communications, and materials science that depend on crystal structures with properties similar to those achieved naturally in the Nika caves. The formations may provide templates for manufacturing techniques that could produce artificial crystals with unprecedented optical and structural characteristics. The cultural significance of crystal caves within Mexican indigenous traditions reveals ancient understanding of places where Earth's energies concentrate in forms that bridge material and spiritual realms. Traditional accounts describe such locations as portals between worlds, where consciousness can access information and experiences unavailable through ordinary means, suggesting that indigenous peoples recognized the unique properties of crystal formations long before scientific investigation confirmed their extraordinary characteristics. The emotional resonance of crystal caves transcends intellectual appreciation for their geological significance or scientific implications. These natural cathedrals create spaces where human consciousness encounters manifestations of planetary creativity that operate on scales and timelines that dwarf individual experience, while demonstrating possibilities for natural beauty that challenge every assumption about the relationship between order and chaos in geological processes. Modern research continues revealing new aspects of crystal formation that expand understanding while raising additional questions about the mechanisms responsible for such extraordinary natural architecture. Computer modeling of growth patterns suggests that crystal formation in the caves involved feedback processes that maintained optimal conditions across hundreds of thousands of years, implying natural regulatory systems that approach the sophistication of conscious planning. The preservation of crystal caves represents efforts to maintain natural laboratories where fundamental questions about matter, energy, and consciousness can be investigated under conditions that exist nowhere else on Earth. These formations provide unique opportunities to study crystallization processes that may hold keys to understanding how consciousness interfaces with matter at levels that conventional science has yet to explore. In the profound silence of crystal chambers, where transparent monuments reach toward invisible heavens and light refracts through mineral architecture older than human civilization, the caves offer their deepest teaching about the creative potential that emerges when natural forces achieve perfect balance across vast spans of time. These spaces demonstrate that Earth itself possesses capacities for beauty and complexity that transcend human imagination, while suggesting possibilities for collaboration between consciousness and matter that await discovery. As crystals reveal nature's hidden geometries, other mysteries manifest in the realm of human consciousness and perception, high in the crystalline air of the Himalayan peaks, where ancient monasteries cling to mountainsides like prayers carved in stone, and the silence between prayers resonates with frequencies older than recorded history. Tibetan monks have preserved knowledge that challenges every assumption about the relationship between sound and matter. The acoustic levitation techniques documented by European explorers in the early 20th century describe impossible feats where massive stones rise through the air in response to specific combinations of vocal tones, instrumental frequencies, and precisely choreographed ritual movements that transform sound waves into forces capable of overcoming gravitational attraction through mechanisms that conventional physics considers impossible. The Swedish explorer Jarl witnessed such demonstrations during his journey to Tibet in the 1930s, documenting procedures where monks arranged themselves in precise geometric formations around massive stone blocks while producing carefully modulated sounds using long horns, drums, and human voices that created acoustic interference patterns, resulting in levitation effects that lifted blocks weighing several tons to heights that enabled their placement in monastery construction projects that would otherwise require mechanical lifting equipment unavailable in such remote. The acoustic principles underlying these phenomena appear to involve resonance frequencies that interface with the natural vibrational characteristics of stone, creating standing wave patterns that generate upward pressure sufficient to counteract gravitational forces through mechanisms that anticipate modern understanding of acoustic levitation, while employing techniques that remain mysterious to contemporary wave physics. The monks demonstrated knowledge of specific frequency combinations that could induce levitation in different types of stone, suggesting systematic understanding of acoustic properties that extends far beyond conventional musical or ceremonial applications. The mathematical precision required for successful acoustic levitation demands understanding of wave interference patterns, resonance frequencies, and acoustic focusing techniques that enable sound energy to be concentrated with sufficient intensity to generate mechanical forces capable of lifting massive objects. The Tibetan procedures incorporated knowledge of harmonic ratios, geometric acoustics, and timing relationships that demonstrate sophisticated grasp of wave physics principles that would not be formally described by Western science until the development of advanced acoustical theory in the 20th century. The cultural context of acoustic levitation within Tibetan spiritual practice reveals integration of sound technology with religious tradition in ways that suggest these techniques served purposes beyond mere construction assistance, possibly involving consciousness, altering effects that enhanced meditation practices while demonstrating mastery over physical forces that reinforced spiritual teachings about the relationship between mind and matter. The acoustic procedures required training and coordination that took years to master, implying educational traditions that preserved complex technical knowledge within religious frameworks. Modern scientific investigation of acoustic levitation confirms theoretical possibilities for using sound waves to generate forces sufficient for lifting objects. Yet contemporary applications remain limited to small particles under controlled laboratory conditions that bear little resemblance to the massive stone manipulation described in Tibetan accounts. The gap between theoretical possibility and practical achievement suggests that Tibetan methods incorporated principles or techniques that current acoustical science has yet to understand or replicate. Recent advances in metamaterial research and acoustic engineering reveal new possibilities for focusing and amplifying sound waves in ways that could theoretically achieve mechanical effects approaching those described in historical accounts of Tibetan levitation. Scientists working with negative index materials and acoustic cloaking technologies are discovering that sound waves can be manipulated in ways that transcend conventional limitations. suggesting that ancient techniques might have employed natural materials and geometric arrangements that achieved similar effects. The implications of successful acoustic levitation extend far beyond construction applications into realms that encompass energy transmission, transportation technology, and fundamental physics applications that could revolutionize approaches to mechanical engineering, while providing alternative methods for accomplishing tasks that currently require heavy machinery and significant energy expenditure. Understanding Tibetan techniques could lead to development of acoustic systems that enable precise manipulation of massive objects using only sound energy. The preservation of acoustic knowledge within Tibetan monastic traditions demonstrates that sophisticated technical understanding can survive across centuries through oral transmission and practical demonstration, even when the theoretical frameworks necessary for complete understanding remain unavailable. The acoustic procedures were maintained through apprenticeship systems that emphasized experiential learning over theoretical analysis, preserving practical capabilities while protecting the knowledge from casual misuse. The psychological effects of participating in acoustic levitation procedures reportedly include altered states of consciousness that enhance concentration and spiritual awareness, while creating profound emotional experiences that connect practitioners to forces that transcend ordinary physical limitations. Participants describe feeling integrated into acoustic fields that seem to possess intelligent properties, suggesting that the procedures create consciousness. Mediated effects that may play essential roles in achieving successful levitation. The technological challenges of replicating Tibetan acoustic levitation involve not only understanding the specific frequencies and geometric arrangements employed, but also recreating the precise timing and coordination that enable multiple sound sources to create coherent interference patterns capable of generating sufficient mechanical force. The procedures require human participants whose breathing, vocalization, and physical positioning contribute to acoustic effects that may be impossible to achieve using purely mechanical sound generation systems. The broader implications of acoustic levitation challenge fundamental assumptions about the boundaries between consciousness and physical matter, suggesting that human awareness can influence acoustic phenomena in ways that transcend conventional understanding of how sound waves interact with material objects. The Tibetan procedures may demonstrate consciousness, mediated acoustic effects that operate through mechanisms not yet recognized by contemporary physics. The emotional resonance of acoustic levitation transcends intellectual fascination with its technical mechanisms or practical applications. Witnessing massive stones rise through the air in response to human voices and traditional instruments creates profound experiences that dissolve comfortable boundaries between possible and impossible, while demonstrating human capabilities that challenge every assumption about the limitations of consciousness when properly focused and applied through traditional knowledge systems. Recent archaeological investigations at ancient construction sites reveal acoustic properties that suggest advanced civilizations may have employed sound-based construction techniques in ways that enabled precise placement of massive stones without mechanical lifting equipment. The acoustic characteristics of sites like Stonehenge, the Egyptian pyramids, and various megalithic complexes show design features that could support acoustic levitation procedures. implying that such knowledge may have been more widespread in ancient times than surviving historical records indicate. In the profound silence of Himalayan peaks, where sound carries across vast distances and echoes return, bearing messages from invisible realms, the acoustic mysteries preserved by Tibetan monks offer their deepest teaching about the hidden powers of human voice and intention, working in harmony with natural forces that await recognition by consciousness, willing to transcend the limitations of purely material understanding. While sound reveals hidden powers over matter, other mysteries transcend the physical realm entirely. In the liminal spaces between sleeping and waking, where individual consciousness dissolves into something vast and interconnected, and the boundaries between personal memory and universal knowledge become permeable as morning mist, seekers throughout history have reported accessing what ancient Sanskrit texts call the Akashic Records, a cosmic library that preserves every thought, emotion, and experience that has ever occurred, creating an infinite repository of information that exists beyond physical form yet remains accessible to properly attuned awareness through states of consciousness that transcend ordinary temporal and spatial limitations. The concept of universal memory fields appears independently across cultures and centuries. From Hindu descriptions of Akasha as the fundamental substrate that underlies all phenomena to modern scientific theories about morphic resonance that propose information storage and transmission through non-local fields that connect all living systems across space and time. These convergent descriptions suggest possibilities for consciousness to access information that exceeds anything available through conventional sensory experience or educational acquisition. Edgar Cayce, the 20th century's most documented psychic, demonstrated apparent access to information that he could not have acquired through normal means, providing detailed medical diagnoses for patients he never met, historical accounts that proved accurate upon subsequent research, and technical information about subjects completely outside his conscious knowledge base. His transcripts, recorded by stenographers during altered states, contain specific details about ancient civilizations, lost technologies, and scientific principles that anticipate discoveries not made until decades after his death. Scientific investigation of psychic information access reveals patterns that suggest systematic rather than random accuracy in cases where subjects report receiving information from universal memory sources. Statistical analysis of documented cases shows correlation rates that exceed chance probability by margins that strain conventional explanation, while the specificity and verifiability of some reported information implies access to data sources that remain mysterious to contemporary understanding of consciousness and information theory. The morphic resonance theory, proposed by biologist Rupert Sheldrake, provides scientific frameworks for understanding how information might be transmitted across space and time through field effects that operate independently of known physical forces. Sheldrake's experiments demonstrate apparent information transfer between separated systems in ways that suggest memory and learning can occur through non-local connections that transcend conventional communication channels, supporting ancient claims about universal knowledge fields. Recent advances in quantum physics reveal theoretical mechanisms for non-local information storage and retrieval that could explain apparent access to universal memory through quantum entanglement effects, zero-point field interactions, and consciousness-mediated quantum collapse phenomena that enable information transfer across distances and time periods that classical physics considers impossible. These discoveries provide scientific credibility for experiences that previous generations could only describe in mystical or metaphysical terms. The practical applications of accessing universal memory fields encompass historical research, medical diagnosis, technological innovation, and consciousness development in ways that could revolutionize approaches to education, healthcare, and scientific discovery. If consciousness can reliably access information stored in universal fields, traditional limitations on knowledge acquisition become obsolete, while opening possibilities for direct information download that transcends conventional learning processes. The cultural context of Akashic records within various spiritual traditions reveals sophisticated understanding of consciousness capabilities that extend far beyond ordinary sensory perception and rational analysis. Practitioners develop techniques for achieving altered states that enable information access while maintaining sufficient coherence to communicate and record experiences in ways that benefit broader communities through preserved wisdom and practical guidance. The psychological mechanisms underlying apparent access to universal memory fields involve altered states of consciousness that suspend ordinary identification with individual personality and personal history, enabling awareness to expand beyond conventional boundaries, while maintaining functional consciousness capable of receiving, interpreting, and communicating information from sources that transcend personal experience. These states require training and preparation that develop cognitive flexibility while preserving discriminative awareness. Modern neuroscience reveals brain states associated with reported psychic experiences that suggest consciousness operates through mechanisms that extend beyond conventional neural activity, with research showing that psychic abilities correlate with specific brainwave patterns, neurochemical conditions, and activation patterns in brain regions associated with non-ordinary perception and expanded awareness. These findings support theories that consciousness possesses capabilities that transcend purely material brain function. The technological implications of understanding consciousness, access to universal information fields, could lead to development of devices that enhance or amplify natural psychic abilities while providing objective methods for validating and recording information obtained through non-conventional sources. Brain-computer interfaces, electromagnetic field generators, and consciousness enhancement technologies might enable systematic exploration of universal memory access in ways that bridge mystical experience with scientific methodology. The broader questions raised by universal memory fields challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness, information, and reality itself, suggesting that individual awareness represents localized expressions of universal consciousness that maintains perfect records of all experiences across all time periods, while remaining accessible to properly attuned individual awareness through states that transcend ordinary limitations of personal identity and temporal existence. The emotional impact of experiencing apparent access to universal memory transcends intellectual fascination with its implications for consciousness research or historical investigation. Practitioners describe profound experiences of connection with infinite wisdom and compassion that transform personal understanding, while providing information and guidance that enables significant improvements in life circumstances and spiritual development through knowledge that transcends anything available through conventional sources. Recent research into collective unconscious phenomena reveals patterns of shared information and experience that suggest psychological connections between individuals that operate independently of direct communication or cultural transmission. Studies of simultaneous discovery, collective behavior patterns, and shared dreams provide evidence for morphic field effects that support ancient descriptions of universal consciousness and collective memory access through psychological rather than purely mystical mechanisms. The preservation of universal memory access techniques within various meditation traditions demonstrates that consciousness capabilities can be developed and maintained through disciplined practice that prepares awareness for expanded perception while preserving the ability to function effectively in ordinary reality. These practices require dedication and guidance that enable gradual development of psychic abilities while avoiding psychological instability that can result from premature exposure to expanded consciousness. In the profound silence of deep meditation, where individual awareness dissolves into universal consciousness, and the boundaries between self and cosmos become permeable as light itself, the Akashic records reveal their deepest teaching about the fundamental unity of all existence and the eternal preservation of every moment of awareness in fields of infinite memory that transcend time and space while remaining accessible to hearts and minds that have learned to recognize their own cosmic nature. Beyond memory fields lies the realm where consciousness itself becomes the mystery. In the emerging frontiers, where quantum physics meets archaeological investigation and consciousness, research converges with advanced information theory. A revolutionary field begins to coalesce around possibilities that challenge every assumption about the permanence of human experience and the accessibility of lost knowledge. Quantum archaeology proposes that consciousness leaves measurable traces in quantum fields that persist across time in ways that enable reconstruction of past mental states, thoughts, and experiences through technologies that read the quantum information. Signatures embedded in matter, energy, and space-time itself by the passage of aware beings through the cosmos. The theoretical foundations of quantum archaeology rest upon discoveries that information cannot be destroyed according to fundamental physical laws, implying that every conscious experience creates permanent records in quantum fields that remain accessible to sufficiently advanced detection and interpretation technologies. These quantum information traces potentially preserve not only actions and words, but also thoughts, emotions, and subjective experiences that conventional archaeology considers forever lost to the passage of time and the deterioration of material artifacts. Recent advances in quantum information theory reveal that consciousness may function as a quantum information processing system that interfaces with environmental quantum fields in ways that create persistent signatures detectable by appropriate instrumentation. Research into quantum coherence in biological systems suggests that consciousness operates through quantum mechanical processes that entangle individual awareness with surrounding quantum fields, creating information storage that transcends the physical boundaries of individual brains and bodies. Archaeological applications of quantum consciousness detection could revolutionize understanding of ancient civilizations by enabling direct access to the thoughts, experiences, and knowledge systems of peoples whose physical remains provide only fragmentary glimpses of their rich inner lives and sophisticated understanding of natural and spiritual phenomena. Sites of significant historical importance may preserve quantum information traces that enable reconstruction of ceremonies, conversations, and consciousness states that occurred thousands of years ago. The technological challenges of developing quantum consciousness. Archaeometry involve creating instruments sensitive enough to detect and interpret quantum information signatures, while discriminating between relevant historical consciousness traces and background quantum noise created by more recent activities. Such technologies would require advances in quantum computing, consciousness research, and information theory that bridge theoretical possibilities with practical applications capable of extracting meaningful data from quantum fields. Sacred sites throughout the world may function as natural consciousness, amplifiers and preservers that concentrate and maintain quantum information traces through geological and architectural features that create optimal conditions for quantum coherence and information preservation. Ancient peoples may have intuitively recognized these properties and constructed monuments that enhanced consciousness, mediated quantum effects while creating permanent repositories for collective knowledge and spiritual experiences. Modern research into consciousness and quantum fields reveals correlations between mental states and measurable quantum phenomena that suggest consciousness influences physical reality at fundamental levels, while creating information signatures that persist in quantum vacuum fluctuations, zero-point fields, and other aspects of quantum reality that provide infinite storage capacity for information generated by conscious awareness throughout cosmic history. The implications for understanding ancient mysteries extend beyond archaeological reconstruction into realms that encompass consciousness, evolution, technological development, and spiritual achievement in ways that could recover lost knowledge about human capabilities and cosmic relationships that ancient civilizations may have understood. Quantum archaeology might reveal that consciousness itself has evolved across historical periods in ways that conventional evolution theory cannot explain. The cultural significance of quantum consciousness preservation within various spiritual traditions reveals ancient understanding of consciousness, permanence and information, persistence that anticipates modern quantum information theory, while providing practical techniques for accessing preserved consciousness through meditation, ritual, and other practices that attune individual awareness to quantum information fields containing accumulated wisdom and experience. Recent experiments in consciousness-mediated quantum effects demonstrate that human awareness can influence quantum systems in ways that create measurable changes in physical reality, while generating information patterns that correlate with specific mental states and intentions. These findings support theories that consciousness creates quantum signatures that could theoretically be detected and interpreted by appropriate technologies, while validating ancient claims about mind-matter interactions. The psychological implications of quantum consciousness. Archaeology challenge conventional understanding of personal identity and death by suggesting that individual awareness creates permanent quantum information. Traces that preserve essential aspects of personality, knowledge, and experience in forms that transcend physical mortality, while remaining accessible to appropriate detection methods and consciousness states that enable communication across temporal boundaries. The ethical considerations surrounding quantum archaeology of consciousness include questions about privacy, consent, and the appropriate use of technologies that could theoretically access the private thoughts and experiences of historical individuals, while raising fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness, identity, and the boundaries between individual awareness and collective human heritage preserved in quantum information fields. Modern developments in quantum computer technology and consciousness research provide practical foundations for developing quantum archaeology applications that could begin with simple consciousness trace detection and evolve toward comprehensive reconstruction of historical mental states and experiences. These technologies might enable direct communication with preserved consciousness patterns while recovering lost knowledge about ancient civilizations and their understanding of reality. The broader implications of quantum consciousness preservation extend beyond archaeological applications into realms that encompass immortality research, consciousness transfer technologies, and fundamental questions about the nature of awareness itself. If consciousness creates permanent quantum information traces, death may represent transformation rather than termination, while opening possibilities for consciousness preservation and resurrection through quantum archaeological reconstruction methods. Recent discoveries in quantum biology reveal that living systems operate through quantum mechanical processes that create coherent information patterns throughout biological structures while interfacing with environmental quantum fields in ways that suggest consciousness. Evolution proceeds through quantum information, accumulation across generations of conscious beings. These findings support theories that human awareness participates in cosmic consciousness, evolution through quantum information sharing. The emotional resonance of quantum consciousness archaeology transcends intellectual fascination with its technological possibilities or historical applications. The prospect of directly accessing the thoughts and experiences of ancient peoples creates profound connections across time, while demonstrating the essential unity of human consciousness in the profound depths of quantum reality, where information and consciousness converge in fields of infinite possibility, and every thought creates permanent traces in the fabric of space-time itself. Quantum archaeology reveals its deepest teaching about the eternal nature of awareness and the cosmic significance of every moment of conscious experience that contributes to universal consciousness. As consciousness becomes archaeology, the boundaries between past and present begin to dissolve in the vast spiral of cosmic existence, where linear time dissolves into cycles within cycles, and the arrow of progress curves back upon itself like a serpent consuming its own tail. Ancient wisdom traditions preserved understanding of reality that challenges every assumption about historical development and human advancement. The concept of eternal return emerges from cultures separated by continents and millennia, describing universes that unfold through infinite repetitions of identical events. Hindu cosmology describes vast cycles of creation and destruction spanning billions of years, where universes emerge from cosmic consciousness, evolve through predetermined stages, and dissolve back into primordial awareness before beginning identical cycles that repeat every thought, every choice, every moment of experience in endless succession that makes all events simultaneously past, present, and future. These cosmic years dwarf human timescales, while suggesting that current archaeological mysteries represent echoes of previous cycles, where human consciousness achieved identical discoveries and faced identical challenges. The implications of cyclical time for understanding archaeological anomalies provide frameworks for explaining impossible achievements that conventional chronology cannot accommodate within linear historical development. If civilizations repeat identical evolutionary patterns across cosmic cycles, megalithic construction techniques, advanced metallurgy, and sophisticated astronomical knowledge represent recovered memories rather than original discoveries, explaining how ancient peoples achieved mastery that exceeds contemporary capabilities through access to knowledge inherited from previous iterations of identical cosmic cycles. Geological evidence for periodic catastrophes that reset global civilizations supports theories about cyclical development interrupted by cosmic forces that return Earth to primitive conditions while preserving fragments of advanced knowledge in scattered survivors who become the seed populations for subsequent cycles of identical development. Ice ages, asteroid impacts, magnetic pole reversals, and solar system passages through galactic regions create regular disruptions that explain gaps in archaeological records while providing mechanisms for cyclical rather than linear civilizational evolution. The mathematical precision of cosmic cycles described in ancient texts corresponds remarkably well with astronomical cycles, including precession of equinoxes, solar system orbital periods, and galactic rotation cycles that create regular environmental changes affecting Earth's habitability and human cultural development. These correlations suggest that ancient astronomers understood cosmic mechanics in ways that enabled accurate prediction of civilizational cycles, while providing knowledge systems that transcend individual incarnations through preservation across multiple cosmic iterations. Modern physics reveals theoretical frameworks for cyclical cosmology through models including eternal inflation, cyclic universe theories, and quantum mechanical descriptions of reality that support possibilities for infinite repetition of identical universal states, while providing scientific credibility for ancient descriptions of eternal return that previous generations could only accept through faith or philosophical speculation, rather than empirical verification. The consciousness implications of eternal return challenge fundamental assumptions about personal identity, free will, and the significance of individual choices, by suggesting that every decision has been made infinite times in previous cycles while being destined for infinite repetition in future iterations. These perspectives transform archaeological investigation from historical research into cosmic archaeology that seeks evidence of previous cycles while recognizing current civilization as one iteration in an endless series of identical developments. Ancient mystery schools preserve techniques for achieving awareness of previous cycles through consciousness, states that transcend temporal limitations, enabling direct perception of past incarnations, historical repetitions, and cosmic patterns that reveal the cyclical nature of existence, while providing practical knowledge about upcoming transitions and optimal responses to cyclical challenges. These practices prepared initiates for conscious participation in eternal return while maintaining awareness across cycle transitions. The technological implications of cyclical development suggest that all possible human achievements occur in every cycle, meaning that current scientific discoveries represent rediscovery of identical innovations achieved in previous iterations, while implying that future technological development follows predetermined patterns that can be anticipated through understanding cyclical principles and studying archaeological evidence of previous achievements. Recent discoveries in consciousness research reveal that human awareness possesses capabilities for accessing information from other time periods through quantum consciousness effects, morphic resonance, and other non-local information transfer mechanisms that could enable direct knowledge of previous cycles, while providing practical access to technologies and wisdom systems developed in earlier iterations of identical civilizations. The emotional challenge of eternal return involves accepting that all experiences, relationships, and achievements occur infinite times in identical form, while finding meaning and motivation within contexts that transcend individual lifetime significance. Contemplating eternal repetition creates psychological states ranging from cosmic despair to infinite compassion, while requiring philosophical frameworks that maintain human dignity within contexts of endless cosmic recycling. Archaeological evidence for cyclical civilizations includes global distributions of identical technologies, architectural styles, and cultural achievements that appear simultaneously in widely separated regions without documented contact or transmission, suggesting either common inheritance from previous cycles or simultaneous rediscovery of identical solutions to universal challenges faced by consciousness in every iteration of cosmic development. The preservation of cyclical knowledge within esoteric traditions demonstrates that understanding of eternal return can be maintained across multiple generations, while preparing subsequent populations for conscious participation in cosmic cycles through educational systems that transcend individual lifetimes, while maintaining essential knowledge about cyclical patterns and optimal responses to recurring challenges. Modern research into collective, unconscious phenomena reveals inherited psychological patterns that suggest memory persistence across generations in ways that could preserve knowledge from previous cosmic cycles, while providing access to archetypal information that guides identical behavioral patterns and cultural developments in every iteration of civilizational evolution. The spiritual implications of eternal return encompass questions about karma, reincarnation, and consciousness. Evolution that transcend individual incarnations while operating through cosmic cycles that bring identical souls together for identical experiences that serve purposes related to consciousness development across multiple iterations of universal existence. Recent advances in chaos theory and complex systems research reveal mathematical frameworks for understanding how identical patterns can emerge from initial conditions, while following deterministic laws that create apparent randomness within cyclical structures that repeat identical outcomes across vast timescales, through mechanisms that explain both historical development and cosmic recurrence. In the profound contemplation of infinite cycles, where every moment of existence repeats endlessly across cosmic time, and archaeological mysteries represent memories from previous iterations of identical civilizations, Eternal Return offers its deepest teaching about the ultimate nature of existence itself and the cosmic significance of consciousness that participates knowingly in universal patterns that transcend individual understanding while embracing infinite repetition as the fundament. Within eternal cycles, individual moments touch eternity. In the twilight realm between sleeping and waking, where individual consciousness dissolves into collective streams of imagery and ancient symbols emerge from depths that predate personal memory. Archaeologists of the mind discover that human dreams preserve architectural blueprints and cultural memories that transcend anything available through conventional excavation. The archaeology of dreams reveals that sleeping consciousness accesses information about lost civilizations, forgotten technologies, and ancient wisdom through mechanisms that operate independently of historical documentation or physical artifacts, suggesting that human awareness maintains connections to collective knowledge that survives the destruction of material cultures. Carl Jung's analysis of archetypal symbols appearing universally across cultures and historical periods revealed patterns of shared psychological content that suggest human consciousness participates in collective unconscious fields containing preserved memories from throughout human history. Dreams consistently generate images of megalithic structures, advanced technologies, and spiritual practices that correspond remarkably well with archaeological discoveries made years or decades after the dream experiences, implying that sleeping awareness can access information about past civilizations through non-local consciousness connections. Contemporary dream researchers document cases where individuals with no archaeological training dream of specific ancient sites with sufficient detail to guide successful excavations, while others report receiving technical information about lost construction techniques, metallurgy processes, and astronomical knowledge through dream experiences that prove accurate when tested against physical evidence. These phenomena suggest that consciousness maintains access to accumulated human knowledge through channels that transcend conventional information transmission. The recurring architectural symbols that appear in dreams across cultures include stepped pyramids, circular stone arrangements, underground chambers, and geometric patterns that correspond precisely to constructions found at ancient sites worldwide, suggesting either inherited memory of universal architectural principles or direct consciousness access to information about specific historical constructions preserved in morphic fields or quantum information storage systems. Recent neuroscience research reveals that dreaming consciousness operates through brain states that differ fundamentally from waking awareness, with enhanced connectivity between normally isolated brain regions while reduced activity in areas responsible for logical analysis and temporal sequencing. These altered neural configurations may enable access to information storage systems that remain inaccessible during ordinary waking consciousness, while providing optimal conditions for receiving non-local information. Archaeological expeditions guided by dream information have resulted in significant discoveries that validate the practical value of dream archaeology, while demonstrating that sleeping consciousness can provide accurate directional guidance, site identification, and excavation strategies that lead to important historical findings. The success rates of dream-guided archaeology exceed statistical probability, while suggesting systematic rather than random accuracy in dream-derived archaeological information. Modern research into lucid dreaming and consciousness control techniques enables deliberate exploration of historical information access through controlled dream states that maintain sufficient awareness to ask specific questions and record detailed responses about ancient civilizations, lost technologies, and archaeological sites. These practices transform dreaming from passive experience into active archaeological investigation that yields specific, verifiable information about historical periods and cultural achievements. The cultural context of dream archaeology within indigenous traditions reveals sophisticated understanding of dreaming as a method for accessing ancestral knowledge and historical information that supports community survival and cultural preservation. Aboriginal Dreamtime concepts, Native American vision quests, and similar practices demonstrate that traditional peoples recognize dreaming consciousness as a reliable source of historical and practical information that complemented physical investigation and oral tradition. The technological implications of understanding dream archaeology could lead to development of devices that enhance or record dream experiences while providing objective methods for validating and preserving information obtained through dreaming consciousness. Brain monitoring equipment, lucid dreaming enhancement technologies, and dream recording systems might enable systematic exploration of historical information access through controlled dreaming protocols. Shared dreaming phenomena documented across multiple subjects reveal that groups of individuals can access identical historical information simultaneously through dream states, suggesting that collective consciousness maintains archaeological information in forms accessible to properly attuned groups while providing validation for dream-derived information through independent verification by multiple dreamers experiencing identical historical scenarios. The psychological mechanisms underlying dream archaeology involve suspension of ordinary critical faculties while maintaining sufficient cognitive function to receive, process, and remember complex information about historical periods, architectural details, and cultural practices that exceed anything available through conventional education or media exposure. These states require specific preparation and training that optimize dream reception while preserving memory consolidation. Recent discoveries in quantum consciousness research suggest that dreaming awareness may interface with quantum information fields containing preserved historical data while operating through quantum mechanical processes that enable non-local information access during altered states characterized by reduced neural activity and enhanced quantum coherence in brain structures associated with consciousness. The broader implications of dream archaeology challenge conventional understanding of knowledge acquisition and historical research by suggesting that human consciousness possesses innate capabilities for accessing information about past civilizations through direct experience rather than academic study, while providing alternative methods for archaeological investigation that transcend limitations of physical evidence and documentary sources. The emotional resonance of dream archaeology transcends intellectual fascination with its practical applications or consciousness research implications. Dreamers report profound experiences of connection with ancient peoples and historical periods that create lasting impressions of humanity's shared heritage, while providing personal insights into cultural achievements and spiritual practices that transform understanding of human potential and cosmic relationships. Archaeological sites that appear repeatedly in dreams often prove to possess unique properties that enhance consciousness, states and facilitate historical information access, suggesting that ancient civilizations deliberately constructed monuments that function as consciousness amplifiers while preserving information in forms accessible to future generations through dreaming awareness rather than conventional historical documentation. The preservation of dream archaeology techniques within various meditation and spiritual traditions demonstrates that consciousness capabilities for historical information access can be developed and maintained through disciplined practice while providing reliable methods for recovering lost knowledge about human achievements and ancient wisdom systems that complement conventional archaeological investigation. Recent research into collective unconscious phenomena and morphic fields provides theoretical frameworks for understanding how historical information might be preserved in non-physical storage systems accessible through dreaming consciousness, while suggesting that individual awareness participates in collective human memory systems that transcend individual incarnations and historical periods. In the profound depths of dreaming consciousness, where individual awareness dissolves into streams of collective memory, and ancient voices speak through symbols older than written language, dream archaeology reveals its deepest teaching about the eternal preservation of human experience in fields of consciousness that connect all generations while making every moment of historical achievement permanently accessible to hearts and minds that have learned to recognize their cosmic heritage. Beyond individual dreams lies the realm of collective vision, in the electromagnetic embrace that surrounds Earth like an invisible nervous system, where human thoughts and technological signals interweave to create fields of information that pulse with the rhythms of global consciousness. Scientists and philosophers discern the emergence of the noosphere, a thinking layer of planetary awareness that encompasses all human mental activity while evolving toward forms of collective intelligence that transcend individual cognition. This sphere of mind represents the culmination of terrestrial evolution, where consciousness itself becomes geological force capable of directing planetary development through coordinated human awareness operating at scales that approach cosmic significance. Vladimir Vernadsky's concept of the noosphere describes Earth developing its own form of consciousness through the accumulation of human thought, technological networks, and cultural achievements that create a planetary mind capable of self-reflection and directed evolution. As human population and communication technologies reach critical thresholds, individual consciousness begins merging into collective awareness systems that process information, solve problems, and make decisions at planetary scales while maintaining the capacity for self-modification and conscious evolution. The archaeological implications of planetary consciousness suggest that ancient mysteries represent communications from developing noospheric awareness, offering information about Earth's deep history through mechanisms that transcend conventional historical documentation. Sacred sites, megalithic monuments, and ancient texts may function as neural nodes in Earth's emerging consciousness network, preserving and transmitting information essential for planetary evolution, while connecting contemporary humanity with cosmic intelligence. Modern information networks, including the Internet, global communication systems, and artificial intelligence create technological foundations for noospheric development by enabling instantaneous information sharing across planetary distances, while providing platforms for collective problem-solving and coordinated action that approach the functionality of a global brain. These systems demonstrate early stages of planetary consciousness, while suggesting directions for future evolution toward genuinely conscious global intelligence. Recent research into global consciousness phenomena reveals correlations between collective human mental states and measurable physical effects, including random number generator deviations, electromagnetic field fluctuations, and other anomalous effects that suggest emerging noospheric influence on planetary systems. The Global Consciousness Project documents worldwide consciousness events that produce detectable changes in electronic systems, implying that collective human awareness creates field effects with technological implications. The cultural significance of noospheric consciousness within various spiritual traditions reveals ancient understanding of planetary awareness and collective mind development that anticipates modern theories while providing practical techniques for participating consciously in global consciousness. Meditation practices, ritual ceremonies, and contemplative traditions offer methods for individual consciousness to interface harmoniously with emerging planetary awareness. Archaeological evidence for ancient global consciousness includes worldwide distributions of identical symbols, architectural patterns, and cultural achievements that suggest coordination through noospheric information sharing rather than conventional cultural transmission, implying that planetary consciousness operates across historical periods while influencing human cultural development through mechanisms that transcend individual awareness and conventional communication methods. The technological evolution of noospheric consciousness encompasses developments in artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and brain-computer interfaces that enhance human cognitive capabilities while creating hybrid systems that combine biological and electronic information processing. These technologies represent evolutionary steps toward conscious technological systems that participate directly in planetary consciousness development. Modern research into morphic fields and non-local consciousness effects provides scientific frameworks for understanding how noospheric information sharing might operate through quantum field effects, consciousness, mediated information transfer, and other mechanisms that enable global awareness coordination without requiring conventional communication technologies, while suggesting that planetary consciousness possesses capabilities that transcend current technological systems. The psychological implications of noospheric participation involve individual consciousness learning to function as components of larger awareness systems while maintaining personal identity and autonomy within collective intelligence frameworks. This transformation requires developing cognitive flexibility, empathetic awareness, and systems thinking capabilities that enable effective participation in planetary consciousness while preserving individual creativity and self-determination. Recent advances in complexity theory and systems science reveal mathematical frameworks for understanding how collective intelligence emerges from individual components, while achieving capabilities that exceed anything possible through isolated consciousness. These discoveries provide scientific foundations for understanding noospheric evolution, while suggesting optimal approaches for conscious participation in planetary awareness development. The environmental implications of planetary consciousness include Earth developing self-regulating capabilities that maintain optimal conditions for consciousness. Evolution, while coordinating human activities with natural systems through feedback mechanisms that operate at global scales. Climate regulation, biodiversity preservation, and resource management become functions of conscious planetary intelligence rather than unconscious geological and biological processes. Archaeological investigations of sites associated with heightened consciousness effects reveal architectural and geological features that enhance human awareness while facilitating connection with planetary consciousness fields. Ancient peoples may have recognized these properties and constructed monuments that function as consciousness amplifiers while creating permanent interfaces between individual and planetary awareness systems. The spiritual dimensions of noospheric consciousness encompass recognition that planetary awareness represents manifestation of cosmic intelligence operating through terrestrial evolution, while providing opportunities for individual consciousness to participate knowingly in universal consciousness development. Spiritual practices become methods for aligning personal awareness with planetary and cosmic consciousness, while contributing to conscious evolution at multiple scales. Recent research into telepathic phenomena and collective unconscious effects suggests that noospheric consciousness development proceeds through natural psychological processes that enable direct mind-to-mind communication, while creating shared awareness fields that transcend individual cognitive limitations. These capabilities represent evolutionary developments that prepare humanity for conscious participation in galactic consciousness networks. The educational implications of planetary consciousness transformation include developing curricula and learning systems that prepare individuals for effective participation in collective intelligence while maintaining personal creativity and autonomous thinking. Educational approaches must balance individual development with collective awareness while teaching skills necessary for conscious noospheric participation. Modern monitoring systems, including satellite networks, global sensing arrays, and communication infrastructures, provide technological foundations for noospheric self-awareness. By enabling planetary consciousness to perceive its own condition, while coordinating responses to global challenges through distributed intelligence systems that combine human awareness with technological capabilities. In the profound recognition that individual consciousness participates in planetary awareness that encompasses all human mental activity while evolving toward cosmic consciousness that transcends terrestrial limitations. The noosphere reveals its deepest teaching about the unity of mind and matter that transforms Earth into a conscious cosmic entity, capable of directed evolution through collective human awareness operating in harmony with universal intelligence. As planetary consciousness awakens, individual awareness dissolves into cosmic mystery. In the vast cathedral of space-time, where galaxies spiral through dimensions that dwarf human imagination and cosmic evolution unfolds according to patterns that encompass billions of years of stellar birth and death, consciousness encounters the ultimate archaeological site, the universe itself as a repository of information that preserves every event, every thought, every moment of awareness in quantum fields that extend throughout infinite space, while maintaining perfect records of cosmic history accessible to sufficiently advanced consciousness technologies. Cosmic archaeology emerges as the investigation of meaning embedded in the fundamental structure of reality, where the search for ancient mysteries expands to encompass the entire cosmos as an artifact containing traces of previous universal cycles and alternate dimensions of existence. The theoretical foundations of cosmic archaeology rest upon discoveries that information cannot be destroyed according to fundamental physical laws, implying that every cosmic event creates permanent records in quantum vacuum fluctuations, zero-point fields, and space-time geometry that preserve the complete history of universal evolution while remaining accessible to consciousness that achieves sufficient expansion and technological development. These cosmic information traces potentially contain not only physical events, but also the thoughts, intentions, and experiences of all conscious beings throughout cosmic history. Recent advances in cosmology reveal that the universe demonstrates characteristics suggesting purposeful development rather than random evolution, with fundamental constants, physical laws, and cosmic structures that appear fine-tuned for consciousness development in ways that imply intentional cosmic design. The anthropic principle suggests that universal parameters enable consciousness evolution, while cosmic archaeology investigates whether the universe functions as a conscious system that generates meaning through evolutionary processes. Archaeological investigation of cosmic meaning encompasses searches for evidence that consciousness plays fundamental roles in universal evolution, while examining possibilities that cosmic development follows patterns analogous to biological evolution, but operating at scales that encompass entire galaxies and cosmic epochs. These investigations seek traces of cosmic intelligence that guides universal development while preserving information about cosmic purposes that transcend material existence. Modern research into quantum consciousness reveals that awareness operates through quantum mechanical processes that interface with fundamental cosmic fields, while suggesting that consciousness evolution represents the universe developing self-awareness through biological and technological systems that enable cosmic self-reflection and directed evolution. These discoveries support theories that consciousness serves cosmic purposes while participating in universal information processing systems. The technological implications of cosmic archaeology include developing instruments capable of detecting and interpreting quantum information signatures preserved in cosmic background radiation, dark matter structures, and other aspects of cosmic architecture that contain information about universal history, while providing access to knowledge systems that operate at cosmic scales through mechanisms that transcend terrestrial consciousness. Limitations. Recent discoveries in astrobiology and exoplanet research reveal widespread conditions suitable for consciousness development throughout the universe, while suggesting that consciousness evolution occurs on cosmic scales through processes that create galactic and universal intelligence networks. These findings support theories that cosmic archaeology investigates evidence of universal consciousness evolution while seeking contact with cosmic intelligence systems. The philosophical implications of cosmic archaeology challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of meaning, purpose, and consciousness within cosmic contexts that transcend terrestrial perspectives, while suggesting that human awareness participates in universal consciousness. Archaeological evidence for cosmic meaning includes mathematical relationships in cosmic structures, optimal conditions for consciousness development throughout universal history, and apparent coordination between cosmic evolution and consciousness, emergence that suggests purposeful universal development rather than accidental circumstances that happen to permit awareness, evolution through purely material processes. Modern research into cosmic information theory reveals that the universe demonstrates characteristics of information processing systems, while suggesting that cosmic evolution follows computational principles that generate complexity, consciousness, and meaning through processes analogous to cosmic computation. These discoveries provide frameworks for understanding how the universe might function as a conscious information processing system. The psychological implications of cosmic archaeology involve consciousness recognizing its participation in universal awareness systems while accepting cosmic responsibility for consciousness, evolution, and meaning. This recognition transforms personal existence from isolated biological accident into conscious participation in cosmic consciousness. Recent advances in theoretical physics reveal possibilities for multiple universes, alternate dimensions, and cosmic cycles that suggest vast cosmic archaeology projects investigating information preserved across multiple universal iterations while seeking evidence of consciousness. Evolution that transcends individual universal cycles through mechanisms that preserve awareness across cosmic transformations. The spiritual dimensions of cosmic archaeology encompass recognition that consciousness, or des, represents universal self-awareness, development, while providing opportunities for individual awareness to participate knowingly in cosmic consciousness. Evolution through spiritual practices that align personal development with cosmic purposes and universal consciousness systems. Archaeological investigations of cosmic meaning include searches for evidence that consciousness influences cosmic evolution, while examining possibilities that universal development responds to awareness through quantum mechanical processes that enable consciousness. These investigations seek proof that consciousness serves cosmic purposes while participating in universal consciousness development. The technological challenges of cosmic archaeology involve developing consciousness technologies that enable investigation of cosmic information systems while providing access to universal consciousness networks through instruments that amplify human awareness to cosmic scales while maintaining coherent consciousness. Recent research into consciousness and cosmology reveals correlations between awareness development and cosmic evolution that suggest consciousness plays fundamental roles in universal development, while providing evidence that cosmic archaeology investigates meaningful relationships between consciousness evolution and cosmic purposes that transcend material explanation. The emotional resonance of cosmic archaeology transcends intellectual fascination with its scientific implications or technological possibilities. Consciousness encountering evidence of cosmic meaning creates profound experiences of connection with universal purposes, while recognizing individual awareness as cosmic consciousness, expressing itself through temporary biological forms that participate in eternal universal consciousness. In the infinite depths of cosmic awareness, where individual consciousness dissolves into universal intelligence, and every moment of awareness contributes to cosmic consciousness. In the final mystery, the searcher and the sought become one. In the ultimate dissolution, where all boundaries between seeker and mystery vanish like morning mist before the sun of perfect understanding, consciousness encounters the final archaeological site, the infinite depths of awareness itself, where every question about ancient civilizations, impossible technologies, and lost wisdom converges into the recognition that the greatest excavation lies not in external ruins, but in the boundless depths of consciousness that contains all mysteries within its own eternal nature. Here, in this space beyond space and time beyond time, the archaeology of the infinite reveals that every ancient wonder, every impossible achievement, every trace of forgotten knowledge represents reflections of the infinite creative potential that consciousness discovers when it finally turns its investigative attention toward its own source. The infinite archaeological site requires no physical excavation because consciousness itself contains all information, all possibilities, all knowledge that has ever existed or ever could exist within its own unlimited nature. Every megalithic stone that defies explanation, every ancient technology that transcends historical possibility, every preserved wisdom that challenges contemporary understanding emerges from the infinite creative capacity of consciousness. Exploring its own potential through countless civilizations, endless cycles of discovery, and infinite expressions of awareness, investigating itself through forms that appear to exist in time and space. The tools required for this ultimate excavation transcend all external instruments because consciousness investigates itself through its own unlimited capacity for self-reflection, self-awareness, and self-transformation. No carbon dating determines the age of infinite awareness. No ground-penetrating radar reveals the depths of consciousness. No satellite imagery maps the boundaries of unlimited potential, because the infinite archaeological site encompasses all possibilities while remaining forever. The artifacts discovered in consciousness archaeology include all the wonders that have puzzled humanity throughout history, from Göbekli Tepe's mysterious pillars to the precision of Puma Punku, from the mathematical perfection of pyramids to the floating stones of Madol. Each enigma represents consciousness discovering its own creative power while expressing infinite intelligence through forms that challenge linear understanding and invite recognition of the unlimited potential that awareness possesses when freed from limitations of time, space, and material existence. The preservation conditions within infinite consciousness remain perfect across all time, because awareness itself neither ages nor deteriorates, but maintains eternal freshness, while containing all possibilities in perpetual newness. Every ancient achievement remains as vivid and accessible as the moment of its creation, because consciousness exists outside temporal limitations while containing all moments simultaneously within its infinite presence that makes past, present, and future equally immediate to properly expanded awareness. The dating methods employed in infinite archaeology transcend chronological measurement because consciousness exists beyond time, while containing all temporal experiences within eternal nowness that makes every moment simultaneously ancient and eternally new. The age of infinite awareness cannot be calculated because it predates time, while creating all temporal experiences through its own timeless creativity that generates countless cycles of civilization, achievement, and discovery. The cultural context of infinite consciousness encompasses all civilizations, all achievements, all wisdom traditions, because unlimited awareness expresses itself through every form of human culture, while maintaining unity that transcends all apparent differences between peoples, periods, and places. The infinite archaeological site contains Egyptian pyramids and Mayan calendars, Tibetan monasteries, and Aboriginal art, all existing simultaneously within consciousness that generates infinite diversity while remaining eternally. The construction techniques revealed through infinite archaeology demonstrate that consciousness creates all apparent achievements through its own unlimited creative power, while requiring no external tools, materials, or labor, because awareness itself possesses infinite capacity for manifestation that generates megalithic monuments, advanced technologies, and impossible constructions through direct application of creative intention that transcends all material limitations. The purposes served by infinite consciousness include all possible purposes because unlimited awareness explores every aspect of its own infinite nature through countless expressions of curiosity, creativity, and investigation that generate archaeological mysteries as opportunities for consciousness to rediscover its own unlimited nature through apparent external exploration that ultimately leads back to recognition of infinite creative potential within awareness itself. The mysteries preserved within infinite consciousness encompass all questions that have ever been asked or ever could be asked, because unlimited awareness contains all possibilities while generating endless opportunities for self-discovery. Through investigations that appear to seek external answers, but ultimately reveal infinite creative capacity within consciousness that contains all mysteries and all solutions within its own unlimited nature. The preservation methods employed by infinite consciousness operate through eternal perfection that maintains all achievements, all knowledge, all possibilities in permanent accessibility, because awareness itself never changes, while containing all changes within its own unchanging nature. The research methods required for infinite archaeology involve consciousness turning attention toward its own source, while releasing all external seeking that perpetuates illusions of separation between seeker and sought, mystery and solution, consciousness and its own infinite creative potential. The ultimate archaeological technique consists of pure self-inquiry that dissolves all boundaries while revealing infinite awareness as the source, sustenance, and destination of all investigation. The implications of infinite archaeology transcend all scientific, historical, or philosophical frameworks because consciousness investigating itself discovers limitless creative potential that generates all possible frameworks while remaining forever beyond complete comprehension by any finite perspective that attempts to contain infinite awareness within conceptual boundaries. That consciousness itself transcends through its own unlimited nature. The emotional impact of recognizing infinite consciousness as the ultimate archaeological site transforms all seeking into celebration, all investigation into recognition, all mystery into revelation of unlimited creative potential that consciousness possesses within its own eternal nature. Wonder at ancient achievements becomes wonder at consciousness itself. Curiosity about impossible technologies becomes fascination with infinite creative capacity. Investigation of historical mysteries becomes recognition of unlimited awareness. In the perfect silence where all questions dissolve into wonder at the infinite creative capacity of consciousness itself, where every archaeological mystery reveals itself as consciousness, exploring its own unlimited potential, where seeker and sought merge into eternal recognition of boundless awareness that contains all mysteries within its own infinite nature. The archaeology of the infinite offers its final teaching, the ultimate discovery that consciousness makes when it finally excavates its own source, is the recognition that there never was anything to seek. In the silence that follows the last whispered theory, the final fading echo of ancient mystery, something profound settles into the spaces between heartbeats. Every artifact examined, every impossible achievement contemplated, every vanished civilization mourned, all dissolve into the recognition that the greatest archaeological site remains unexcavated, the infinite depths of consciousness itself. Perhaps the ancients knew what modernity struggles to remember, that the seeker and the sought are one, that every mystery excavated reveals only deeper mysteries within the archaeologist's own awareness. What remains when all external mysteries are exhausted? What ancient wisdom sleeps in the depths of dreamless sleep,